People coming across. What are they doing? I'll have to kill that off. Just killing off the other one. Good. So some people are getting the message, come across to the new one. Hi, Dave. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, just had a few, for some damn reason, Restream just, as it was connecting with YouTube, it just failed. And it went and said, oh, end of session. I'm going, what? So I wasn't even able to get in. I got a few minutes and then it just cut out. And so that was it. I was gone. I was done. I just want to make sure that the other one is visible. Okay, the other one's visible. Good, good. So, yeah, people are getting in. Well, that's what I'm using at the moment, Restream Studio. So, give you a look. That's it, basically. That's what I'm using. It's not the StreamYard. It's this different type of system. So, can't you see the menus a bit different? The tabs and all that sort of stuff. What's wrong with you guys? I've used this before, so it's just a different vehicle compared to the other. But for some reason, I went into actual YouTube, try to restore the previous one. It just wouldn't restore for whatever reason. It just went haywire on me, and I'm going, okay, this isn't working. So I had to kill it off completely because that was the only way of actually getting the other one going. So it's a bit of a nuisance, but shit happens. You know, just the way it happens. So that should be all right. Just leave that. No, YouTube doesn't want to update the front end page. I can't do anything about that for now. I'll just have to basically go with, I've put it down as take 2 because this is the take 2. It is annoying. I have no idea why it died on me. It just decided to die. You know, that was it, and went, ugh. Gone, done, and dusted. So, yes. It's unfortunate. Let me just find that other damn thing that I was trying to find before. History. Actually lost it for some reason. Anyway, so back to it. That's all over the place. Anyway, bad idea to consume low-fat dairy. Yep, not a good idea. That was the other one. That's Blinky. Yes, Blinky, we know, I know. Major amateur time, not entirely my fault in this case. See, it must have been the toilet break that I took. Damn. See what happens when you take a toilet break, a late one. Good day, Melina. And Bert, how are you, mate? Yeah, not a problem. I think duck fat's pretty good. It's quite tasty, actually. I've used duck fat in the past. I don't use, you don't get much fat on things like chicken anyway. And I think one of the nicest, geese isn't too bad, but I think one of the nicest bird fats that I've enjoyed is duck fat. It is a really nice fat. So, each to his own. Sort of a toss between duck and lard for me when it comes to the animal fats. Yeah, I know everybody says tallow, but that's just everybody just following the leader on that one. When you're talking about, taste, that sort of flavour and all that, duck lard is the bee's knees in taste. You go to any cook, go to France, they use duck fat and lard and stuff like that. Why? Because they know it tastes fucking great. Anyway, let's move on. I'll leave the other sort of stuff, as the French would say, to the peasants. Yes, g'day Bjorn. Good to see you, mate. Oh well, it's the new stream, so you've only got 2 likes. Hit the damn like button, you guys. What is wrong with you guys? Slam it. Well, it was with the previous stream. That was amateur hour. That was amateur minute. Well, not even a minute, amateur second. Look, nice. It's great stuff. Ask the French. They love the damn thing. Yes. Nah, duck fat. Duck fat's the most. Yes. We're starting to get the numbers coming across. They're starting to realise, yes. Okay. He's not too far away. He's close by. He will appear shortly. He'll rematerialise. Scotty will bring him in. Needs half an hour. You'll have to put up with me for half an hour. So, tough luck, Alex. Blinky, I wouldn't laugh too much. I could put you on standby for an hour. Just to be annoying. Chicken duck. Depending on what sort of chicken duck you're talking about. We were gonna have You Did It Wrong tonight, but Sky sent me an email. She said, it's too damn early, so you never know. She may make it a late appearance, but it will be next week. So she has promised me she'll come on the live stream in the morning, which covers North America primarily. So, and the British Isles in the evening. So she said she'll pop in for that one. So that's good. Anyway, because she said she's got her one just before, and then she'll pop in, which is good enough. That's fine. I understand. Busy, tired, other things to do. We all, like that. So ease. Your cancer protocol is phenomenal stuff. Unfortunately, I couldn't write my graduate BC. My comments below video have been auto blocked. So thank you. Thank you. Were they? Oh, look, YouTube is strange. I sometimes myself, I've got blocked on my own channel. Let me say that again. I've got blocked on my own channel, actually one of my comments. And when I put my anti-vegan, the myths and falsehoods of veganism, all the other, in my discussion page, all the other, I've got months old other points, none of that's been taken out, and it shouldn't be. And each time I put that, it gets removed. And I've complained, and it's all, they never give me a reason. They don't even, I put it back, they leave it alone, and it just gets annoying, So they're a bunch of, cockwombles, basically. Absolutely veg-tarded cockwombles. But what can you do? So I will eventually go through all that myths and falsehoods, and I'll do a little videos of each one of them. I may do one next week if I get a chance. I've got 2 others that I want to do if I do get a chance, because it's not a high priority, this sort of stuff, but I will drop in the occasional one here and there because it just helps. It's just nice a bit to, whack people over the head with, because they say, make a comment, you can grab one of those. It'll be a short and sweet video. It'll only be 5 to 10 minutes, so it'll just be quick. You'll just be able to grab it and go, you make this comment, well, this is the counter argument. And so that's how I want you to use that sort of stuff as counter arguments to just blow away their nonsense. We don't need to go into detail. As long as we show good data that actually shows quite clearly what they're saying is nonsense, then we immediately kill their arguments off. And that's the whole thing. It's just a matter of basically saying, they say this, well, here's the real evidence. Yours is an opinion. This is actual data that's been collected and can be verified by independent third-party authorities, not by the veg-tarded community or the carnivore community. It's independent of both sides and makes that point quite clear. So, yes, I'm happy that you actually enjoyed that. I did want to make a series, which was going to be a very, very long series of multiple, and then do the protocol at the end. But Shell asked me, because she had a friend that has is in I think, remission at the moment, has some issues with cancer. He lost his wife and all that. And God, I couldn't believe, I've gone through my own little hell with cardiovascular disease, but losing your wife and then you're losing yourself to cancer and really being at that, I had to do it. I just have to postpone other things and just do the protocol and bring it forward. And that's the other reason that I accelerated doing that. Because when I do like sciencey, I say, well, and I show the sciencey, I don't really have to have a specific disclaimer. But when you do protocols, you got to have a disclaimer. Otherwise, those fucktards at YouTube will basically take it down. They'll say, well, at Google, they'll say, well, you haven't given a disclaimer, and all that, and they'll take it down. And so I had to make a disclaimer as well for that purpose. That's why I showed you guys the last time, and that was the purpose, to be able to put these things up and sort of prevent them from having really an excuse to take things down, which is the biggest damn problem. And so I do like doing the sciencey stuff, but at the same time, there are people with needs, and I need to get that sort of stuff out as well. So, I know some of you guys like the sciencey stuff. That will happen. I will be doing some of that stuff in between. But at the same time, it's important to do some of these things to give hope to people, to give them options, how to deal with these things, and just sort of bring all the information together so it makes sense. And just another point that I didn't make in that video that I'll make again tonight, as I made in the earlier stream, is the what is it called? I'm trying to remember now. But I might. Sometimes I'm just so damn. When you're tired, you're tired. Trying to remember the thing. Let me just find it. Give me a sec. Bear with me for a sec, guys. And what are those? Blinky, make that available for John. Bloody hell, Blinky. Yes, unfortunately, Joan, the YouTuber is always you can't say anything. Fucking hell, they're just such a bunch of cockwombles in their attitude. They just piss me off no end. Anyway, so this is the one. Let me just share this quickly. So this is the one that actually knocks out senescent cells. So that's 100 milligrams. You don't want to go above that. The research shows that if you stay below 112, you're in the safe zone. Above that can be problematic with side effects. So we need to stay within that when we're knocking out old senescent cells and not go above. Now, there is another protocol that I'm actually reading up on, which has to do with rats. I don't know how applicable it is to humans yet. I need to actually look at what are the biological pathways that are actually being influenced in the rat, and are they applicable to humans? I think they probably are, but I'm not 100% sure. What that means is you could do like a mass thing, like you could take half that bottle in one day, half the bottle the next day, and take nothing for the whole month. So what will happen is you will get this massive effect of killing out old cells and then encouraging your body to replace them. But I need to understand the protocols better, the nutrient factors and all that, and whether you need to, do what you need to do and what sort of the procedure, basically. It's really the damn procedures. So how do we do it in a procedural way that we get the benefit, because you're still going to be needing to replace those cells? What are the nutrients that need to be in the system at the time? What should not be in there? And whether there should be some time-restricted feeding or not and stuff like that. So it's still this sort of nuancy little bits, how to do that hack. It seems like a much more rapid change approach. Now, all that sort of, I've got a big question mark over it. So I'm not actually rolling that as a suggestion at the moment. Let me do the research. And once I've got the research up and going, then you guys can basically consider stuff like that. At this stage, I would basically, not I wouldn't take the risk, basically, which is the damn thing. I wouldn't take the risk. Okay, so now just this one. I'll come back to Dylan in a moment, and just so we can get this out of the way. And that's the one that I usually get. Dylan, I'll put it in there. I'll paste it. There it is. So, that should be against my name, but anyway, I need to change that. That is annoying. That's the one thing I need to change to my name. Yep, that's it. So it should be under my name in future. Any comment? Damn. Yes, bit of dust. Anyway, no, it was COVID. You'll believe anything. Back to this. Yeah, so it's the only thing that, see, StreamYard will actually not move when you actually put a comment. This one will. They've all got their little peculiar flavors, don't they? Nothing ever works exactly the way you want it. Anyway, Cuba. So we'll get rid of that. So that's the one that tends to be pretty good, balanced. It's around the 50, 40, 60, 75, 50, 50. Folate is, around the 400, 1,000, and then biotin and the pantothenic 100. That's fine. You shouldn't go over 100 for B5 for 3 months. That's the maximum, and then you cut out all B vitamins. 3 months, okay? Dylan, 3 months. No more. No more than 3 months. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself into trouble with insomnia and other issues like that. 3 months. Together with vitamin D. Remember, vitamin D combination. They need vitamin D far more than the pathogenic stuff because of they do better in an acidic compared to an alkaline environment like Candida and other pathogens and stuff like that. So it's probably a protective thing with vitamin D. We don't know. We're speculating. But they need it to basically do well in there and to be robust and strong. So, and they share B vitamins amongst themselves. So they start producing B vitamins. This is why your B vitamin needs do really well when you're in a more acidic gut environment. Also, more acidic environment, you know what that means? Much better in terms of SIBO and all that sort of stuff, and Candida and all that overgrowth. That's what we want. Acidic stomach, acidic slightly less, but your gut lining and all that. So pathogens don't really find good spaces to survive in. Anyway, now let's move on. Nothing beats butter. Yes, butter is nice. That's true. Like to butter things up myself. Okay, Bart's video with Mary on the Maasai and other African tribes was wonderful. Love the girl. I'm having a chat with her, a Zoom chat from Cape Town on Tuesday. So expect, depending on how post-production goes, it'll either be Thursday morning or Friday morning, one of the two when it'll get released. So hopefully, because you need to normalize the audio, so you need to run it through to have normalized audio and stuff like that. So she's not too quiet and I'm not too loud, or the reverse, you know what I mean, all that sort of stuff. It's just basically to make things, get rid of any echoes and stuff like that, so it all sounds proper. So that takes time to process, and hopefully the processing will not fail. Last time it did, which was damn annoying, and it meant that I had to do it again the next night. So hopefully that does not happen, and we should be fine. And then, yes, I'll be asking certain other questions because I like to go into the nitty-gritty sort of stuff, as you guys know. So we'll have a really good discussion in that regard. Okay, if I go to France, I'm going to ask to have my steak to be cooked in duck fat or lard, and ask for some fine cheese. Yes, some of their fine, soft, runny brie. Yes, you can dip it in that. That's how soft it is, and even their butter is very soft. Yes, it's the way to do it, because it's higher in omega-3s, that's why. Yes, nothing like stuff grass-fed from the mountains close to the Swiss Alps and stuff like that. Yes, great environment. I should know about mountains since my ancestry on both sides of the family comes from a mountainous region of Greece. Even though Mum's family, trying to think now, was it her great-great-grandfather or great-great-great-grandfather that moved into the lowlands? I can't remember now who exactly it was, but yes. So we tend to have some really fine butters and all that. So they're very yellowy. Anyway, Harry, do you know if ketones compete with uric acid for excretion by the kidneys? Could this explain my gout symptoms on a carnivore diet? I don't know whether you've got... usually the body actually will recycle both it'll excrete excess ketones, but it will actually recycle as much as it needs in terms of uric acid and sodium. As long as there's no underlying insulin resistance, any derangement due to fructose, are you eating honey or any fructose-related stuff? Fructose tends to increase uric acid. There's another situation where some people have had where they think they got uric acid gout, but it's actually It's like a fungal thing. So there's no, because gout is quite clear. You've got this bulging effect around your toe, this bulging thing. If that nothing bulging like that, and you're getting like a fungal thing, it's usually basically candida overgrowth that hasn't been resolved, or it could be something, and that could create pain, or it could be basically something like oxalates. So oxalate dumping, they can come out in the skin in different places and can also be a problem. So it's really hard to know what are, some more details, if you could, would be helpful in that regard. So, but, in a normal person, an animal-based diet does not produce gout. If you take a look at people like the Maasai, multiple generations, you take a look at the Inuit, multiple generations, they did not have gout. Gout is basically a derangement in the uric acid cycle. You could sort of mitigate it slightly with more sodium, because sodium tends to suppress uric acid. So are you getting enough sodium in your diet? That. Have you resolved all your insulin resistance issues? There's a lot of questions there, and a lot of testing that needs to be done to determine what's actually happening. So hard to say. It's something that requires a consultancy. I don't do that. Go and see Bart and have a consultancy with him, and he'll tell you which tests to go and do if required, which would be the best things, and go through all the symptoms. Literally cover all the symptoms properly. Because unless somebody knows exactly, it's like you're going to a doctor. Your doctor's going to look at you and go, okay, what are your symptoms? How do you feel? And then go and do a whole lot of blood tests and urine tests and stuff like that. So, it's not something we can just give you a definitive answer. It's just impossible. YouTube, God, YouTube consultancy, it doesn't happen. Live stream, general information, but specific requires consultancy and testing, because it could be some other derangement which you're unaware of. Anyway, yep. Yes, we're all damaged by the sad diet. We're just recovering. We're recovering sad dieters, all of us, suffering. Others went full tong into the vegan cesspool and made themselves even sicker. Anyway. Typically, you guys having your own conversation, I see. Good. I'm happy you're enjoying yourselves. Yes, our dear friends, the cockwombles. Yes. How high do you think retinol deficiency rates might rise to into places like British Isles? Quite a bit, as kibble goes up. Remember, these people have low Icelandic populations, most of the British Isles, the Irish, in particular the Irish, for whatever reason, and people in Scandinavia and all that, they have very low, the majority of the population, very low beta-carotene conversion. You guys consumed a lot of cod liver oil. And as a consequence, when you get more retinol, you want to downregulate the production from carotenoids. And so what happens is carotenoids are harder to convert. And that is why excess carotenoids, you will see a lot of people in those countries becoming very orangey. It'll be a new trend, a new look, the orange look, the orange people. Yes, orange kibble people. Yes, exactly. Be a new trend. Yes. So, and some idiots will probably want to paint themselves orange because they feel that they're missing out. Yeah, I know, crazy world. But, that is exactly, but it's It's like the Chinese being restricted from certain animal foods for a very long time have now very high endogenous choline production. So they can actually produce their own choline, because that is how essential and important it is. Acetylcholine, very important for the brain. So what do you do? It's just the way it is. These people will suffer as a consequence, will suffer severely. I mean, I have a 32% reduction in beta-carotenoid conversion. These people have extremely high, we're talking about 80, 90%, whatever. There are slight variations because there's a number of genes, there are a number of key genes and some secondary genes, but some people that have got, all the genes in the other direction, it could be up to 90+%, and those people just really fall apart rapidly, So they are the ones that will definitely be jumping off the kibble, the vegan kibble kill cult diet very quickly, because they won't be able to sustain it at all. They'll be falling apart very rapidly. Hello, the man. How are you, mate? Good to see you. Protocol, it was great. Anything on neurological issues on the future agenda? Yep. That's another thing that I'm looking at as well. Has to do with the B vitamins, has to do with, I've been talking a bit about it, and vitamin D and stuff like that, and a few other things. But I haven't actually made up my mind how I'm going to do, whether I'm going to do it in a number of series looking at specific parts, or, do the autoimmune stuff. Because a lot of things are interrelated, Forget about the reductionist nonsense that everybody talks to. A lot of things are interrelated. So whether it's a grand overview, it's the same thing with I'm actually thinking, rather than actually bothering doing all these separate ones, just sort of cover them in sort of fleeting sort of coverages, but sort of do like a major gut restoration, whether that would be a best thing for a lot of people coming off a kibble diet, because there's going to be more in the future. So I'm sort of still thinking about some of that, how I'm going to do it, how I'm going to design it. I haven't decided yet in that regard. I've got the stuff in the folders, but I sort of haven't really made up my mind. We'll see. Someone called me a meat flake. Oh, they could call you much worse things, believe me. I've been called much worse things. So, yes. They could have called you an animal rapist. Exactly. So consider yourself lucky you're only flake. Anyway, disclaimers are cool. Look, you got no option. You got no option. YouTubia and social media are such Nazis, social media Nazis, that you have to be very, very careful to cover your ass properly. In that regard. And I'm trying to help people, not basically go to war with YouTubia. So basically I don't give a shit. I have to say all that sort of stuff. You guys know I have to say it, not because necessarily I think that it's required. You guys are intelligent enough. If you understand some of the stuff that I talk about, you got the brains to be able to work it out. And know what works and all that. And what I'm actually giving you is stuff that is science-based, that actually there is research there that shows mechanism. If there's no mechanism, then it's only idle speculation. That's all we've got then, or anecdotes. But when you can show mechanism, that's all I can show. I can show certain mechanisms that can actually close down glutamate uptake by cancer cells. That's a good thing. If you go on a keto diet, you cut their sugar supply, you cut their glutamate supply, I can tell you go into remission very fast. And that's the whole idea, get people into remission and then get people to start clearing out all those damaged cells, those senescent cells over time, and basically maybe even considering something like Serul as a stem cell thing. But you have to be, let me just say this quite clearly, when you've got an active cancer, you've got to be very careful with basically stem cell therapies, and these are fine when you're healthy or when you don't have cancer, or things like fasting, all this sort of stuff. Why? because basically cancer will use any and all these sort of substances to breed itself. Okay, so there are enzymatic pathways that can actually utilize stem cells for the advantage of a cancer. So that's why you have to be careful. In the early stages, when it hasn't metastasized, spread throughout the body and all that, and it's contained within a certain area, less of a problem. It can actually be beneficial, both fasting to kill off senescent cells and stuff like that, or something like Serul to basically replace a lot of shit damaged cells and basically, support the system. But once you get something that spreads and it's become, very uncontrollable, what you need to do is you need to give it nothing to be able to exploit, and you need to shut everything down rapidly, because you can only do it for a certain amount of time. Your body still needs certain substances. You can't cut these substances off for indefinite, because the body will start degrading. So you've got to basically do this sort of like, I'm going to basically shut down sugar, glutamate, all these things, minimize, start knocking off all the senescent cells so they can't turn cancerous, or the cancer cells cannot sort of exploit those vulnerable cells, because, the undermining the protective mechanisms that are in the system. So that's what you got to do at that stage. So it's a different approach when you're healthy, a different approach when you're in that state. So these things in that protocol do not apply to healthy people necessarily. So it's for people that have got cancers, in the early stages and all that. So the other stuff is fine. But, something like Serul and something like that anti-senescent thing are probably a good idea. One, you're producing new healthy cells, and the other one, you're getting rid of the junk and getting it out of the system. You're accelerating something that already fasting will do for you in that regard. So the combination is a pretty good combination, possibly. Niacin also increases stem cells. So, exercise increases, fasting increases. So it's depending on how much you want to outlay money-wise and how many things you want to throw into the bucket of basically improving your health, making yourself more youthful, taking out the garbage and stuff like that. But when you're in a cancer state, the game is slightly different. So let's just make that quite clear, just for people that may be a bit confused on that subject. That's why I just stuck specifically to those things and did not deviate. That's why I didn't bring Serul in. That's why I didn't bring fasting in. I said, I made it, I stuck to those things. Why? Because it's very hard to gauge where you're at. And I'm not a mind reader, and I don't have, I'm not a doctor to basically test you and know exactly at what state you are, whether you've gone metastatic, whether the cancer is spread, it's about to spread, and so the last thing you want to do is add these things in there. I don't know where it is at. So all I know is that certain things in combination will work. That means lowering the deuterium levels, shutting down the fuel sources, glutamate and glucose, and basically trying to starve and stress the cancer and improve the immune system. Vitamin D as well, very important, to basically win the war, the big battle, and then you're in remission. And then you can look at basically trying to clear out more of that junk that's out there, in that regard. So everything has to be nuanced depending on where you're at. So very important. I just needed to cover that because sometimes people need it to be clarified and quite clear, because I still get certain funny questions and I'm going, oh, didn't they understand that? Anyway, is the high level of vision degradation amongst the general public caused by a lack of fat-soluble vitamins? Yes. Seems evolutionarily inconsistent with everyone losing their eyesight, basically. I can tell you my vision. I used to wear glasses and I used to have very poor vision. And I can tell you the more I moved away from kibble, the better my eyesight went. And now Roy's here. So he'll be a bit more spunky than that other turd. So let's get on with it, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, he's right about that. Fat soluble vitamins. Yes. Yes, meathead. Oh, you're a pisshead, basically. Morning, DJ Projectus. Good to see you here. Oh, hold on. Did I click that twice? Oh, for fuck's sake. God, I'm giving him too much oxygen. Bloody hell. Do a vegan diet if you want nutritional deficiencies and high homocysteine. It's perfect for that, for both those things. Actually, some of the highest homocysteine levels are in vegan studies when they do vegan studies. It's just off the show. You know, I mean, even Gregor, yes, that Dr. Gregor, that idiot, that not cockwomble, even he admitted in one of his videos, if you check the 40-year-old vegan that died, remember I've talked about him, you Google that, you'll find Gregor saying about, comes up with all these nonsensical things about, oh, you need to supplement and all that. But, basically up to 27. It's gone from 20, I think it was it 19 or something, and it jumped to 27. And the vegetarians went, I think, from 17 to 19 or 18. I can't remember now. It's a while ago. And the omnivores were about 12-ish or whatever. And he said, oh, you should be under 10. No, you should be under 7. So he even got that wrong, So that's how far off the mark they are and how absolutely inflamed and sick they are. No wonder that. And that veg-tard was basically taking statins. He was one of their leaders in America in the vegan society. Or I think it's called the American Vegan Society or something along those lines. He was one of their leaders, and he died at 40. He did two stupid things. He did actually three stupid things. He ate a deficient diet. 2, he took shitloads of statins. Not a good thing. And 3, he basically took shitloads of plant sterols. So plant cholesterol to suppress his own cholesterol even further. Knocked him out. Died at 40. Say no more. And Gregor was blaming it on homocysteine. Oh, we need to get more supplementation. God, he's a cockwomble, that one. Yes. Low stomach acid and its correlation with Hashimoto's is the root cause of low acids production, undigestible protein, leaky gut. Yes, very much a lot of that milieu. Yes. And a low, Hashimoto's is an autoimmune disease. What actually, in the literature, fights autoimmunity and regulates properly the immune system? I guess it's that vitamin C and vitamin D. It's that pesky fat-soluble vitamin D and the cholesterol that it requires. Damn. Exactly. G'day, Chris. Good to see you, mate. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for, the corona thing. Yeah. But I'll say that too loud. Luckily, Chris, I'm not basically New Zealand. They'd be busting down the door and taking me to a quarantine centre. No questions asked. I'm not sick. I'm just joking. Nah, we're taking it. Yep. Yeah, that place has gone to the dogs over there. Actually, old Bart's going bush with Pim. They're leaving Nelson and they're moving to a more rural area, they've decided. So anyway, I spoke to Pim in the earlier chat today. Talked about her channel, the one that covers Let me just bring that up now for you lovely people. And there it is. And that's the channel. Guys, go and please subscribe. That's Pim's. I will pin it there. So that's Pim's. Is that going to come up? Yep, there it is. So that's Pim's channel. And I will basically share that. So it's a Smart Diabetics Academy. And guys, she's only at 327 subs. You know, we need to get the subs up. You know, please sub to Pim, and also share this. You know, so put it on your social media, this channel, and also basically email it to your friends and family so they basically know about it. And because, you know, sometimes your own relatives or friends may not come to you. They say, well, you know, it's hard. I understand. And sometimes I just send people links. I'll email them links and say, check this out. Leave it to them. You know, you can only take a horse to water. At the end of the day, that horse needs to drink on its own. If you pester it, it'll just get annoyed. So this is the best way. You probably have relatives that are pre-diabetic or diabetic or whatever. Drop them the link and say, this lady knows her shit. Check it out. Could save your life, you know. And that's all you can do. And that would be nice if you guys could support Pim and basically sub and do that. So I'll get rid of that. Back to the normal stuff. Anyway. Yep. Yeah, there is some of that in that regard as well. And there are certain things of going out, of looking at long distances and changing the distances and stuff like that. Also too much screen time. But there's also the other aspect, which is blue light. So blue light exposure as well. Diet, blue light, it's all related, basically. The EMF side of things. In the daytime, EMFs are less of a problem. Non-native EMF is a problem at a low degree in the daytime because, yep, you may have a lot of the spectrum. The spectrum isn't native. That means the photonic energies you're getting are not exactly the same as you would get from the sun. As the Earth rotates around its axis and the sun hits us on different angles, and as it comes through the atmosphere, the frequencies change in different parts of the day. And as a consequence, you go from sort of near infrared in the earlier hours, which is very therapeutic, to basically with cortisol, you get blue light more, you know, you get more awake, aroused, and basically functional for the day. And, you know, that has a cost to your mitochondria, a cost to, you know, your cellular health. And then at night, you know, in the evenings, that near infrared sort of spectrum comes again as the sun recedes. And you basically, that actually has a therapeutic effect. Those photons of that wavelength have a therapeutic effect on our bodies. In the past, we used to have around a campfire, that sort of light is at near infrared. Perfect. We were grounded. So we were basically able to, you know, get the negative ions and stuff like that, sort of detox. So it's powerful stuff. the interaction with nature and the world, and also looking at distances, all that sort of stuff. Yep, all that. So what we've done is we've turned our world upside down in a sense. Now we've got blue light in the evening. And it's not only our screens. There is a small amount coming from electromagnetic fields from the electrical wiring in our homes. So there's small amounts. I mean, you could go crazy like Jack Cruz and basically put up, like LED sort of panels and stuff like that to cut out all that sort of stuff or whatever. I think that's overkill. At the end of the day, a species-appropriate diet is going to be the most protective because it'll lower the deuterium levels. It will improve the general cellular function and all that without having to go overboard. In the evenings, you can do things like these sort of glasses, change your lighting, things like that to eliminate that part of the spectrum so you can take it the next level. It's up to you. It's a cost. You may want to just get a few, like in the bedroom or in the bathroom, and just say, well, I'm going to cop it for a few hours and then I'll turn those lights off and I'll wear the glasses and then go to bed. So how you do it is going to be different, and the benefits will be different as well. You're welcome. More about the vision stuff. Come on, move it. I'm pretty sure vision degeneration, I think, is all about the mechanical use of vision, carb messing with the blood vessels, nerves. Yep. Also, let's not forget retinol is very important as well for the eyes. DHA is very important. So let's not forget that too much blue light can dump DHA out of the retina. Not a good thing. In the daytime's fine, but in the evenings, basically, you want to, have that extra DHA. It plays a reparative role as well. So there are that side of things as well. So there is a sort of environmental plus, dietary sort of thing in that regard. So, it's a bit more complicated in that regard. Nearly went down the wrong way. Yes. So that's it. 3 months max, no more. Vitamin D, not the issue. The B vitamins, remember. It's those little buggers in your gut that will grow and start producing their own. And we don't want too much, especially pantothenic acid. That will affect these, where the stem is and your reptilian brain back there, that sort of part. It can affect it, and it could disturb your sleeping patterns. It varies between people, but anyway. Yes, the PPIs. I'm going to do a video on that, on the PPIs, and how to sort of wiggle your way. It's quite involved, unfortunately, when you get stuck on that sort of stuff. Yes, I would take both together. Because normally when you synthesize vitamin D in your skin, your body will basically take a portion of it, convert it to 25-OHD, D3, and it'll only produce active when it requires. Some of that will also be actually spread out throughout the body as what is called free vitamin D. And that free vitamin D, unbound, will go into receptors of the different parts of the tissue. Particularly, there are for the prostate ones and the breast ones. This is why I say prostate cancer and breast cancer, very much highly correlated with vitamin D deficiency. Anyway, not only your genes, people had those genes for a very long time, the BRCA genes, but they didn't have the cancer rates they have today. But we've been told by the crackpots since the 80s to slip, slop and slap to deal with the toxic seed oils that have been incorporated in our skin that are damaging our skin from UV. But the reality is if we got rid of the oils, we would not need to slip, slop and slap, because basically our skin would not burn to a crisp like it does now for most people, and like it used to do even with my skin in the past. So, yes, in that regard. You don't develop atherosclerotic plaque because your cholesterol is too high. Definitely not. Vitamin K2 pulls the calcium from your arteries, walls into your bones. It actually, K2 in particular, menaquinone 4, not the other K2s. The other K2s, what they do is they carboxylate or they activate the sort of osteocalcin proteins. So you've got vitamin D and retinol that basically synergistically support enzymatic pathways that actually produce these bone type enzymes. And then you need the activator. Remember what Weston A. Price called the activator X. And the activator X is vitamin K2. Now, vitamin K2 can be any one of the menaquinones. They vary in their level of activation of osteocalcin, but at the end of the day, any one of them can do it to some extent and all that. The only one that can remove, and it's not only the arterial walls, but all soft tissue, that means even inside organs that get calcified, all soft tissue is menaquinone 4. It has a different hook. It has a more multi-pronged hook that can actually chelate. It can actually grab onto, I'll use the non-scientific terms, grab onto calcium and pull it out and take it to insert it into the bone where it should be. You should have only a certain amount of circulating calcium, not too much. So pretty much that's about it. And the animal form is the supreme form that you should prioritize primarily in that regard. Yep. Yeah, look, fibromyalgia is really associated with a lot of sort of with Hashimoto's, with the autoimmunity of all sorts of maladies and stuff like that. And yeah, stomach acid is a big one. PPI use is massive, absolutely massive. It's crazy how many people are on PPIs. Not easy, and it takes a long time to get slowly off them, because the moment if you get off them too fast, you've actually upregulated. Your body's smart and goes, oh, this idiot is trying to. We're talking about the doctor that actually forced you to take them, who was manipulated by the pharmaceutical industry, is basically trying to force my body's, proton pumps to basically, be stopped from, and I go, but I need more, to pump out. So what the body does is it naturally upregulates and creates more pumps. So when you get off this stuff, you're actually producing more acid than your stomach can manage. And that creates other issues. And it can actually create damage to your esophagus. It's well known that it has the potential risk to increase esophageal cancer. It's associational, all the data. So we don't know whether it's that and the diet and all these other maladies of the modern lifestyle. So I'll leave a question mark on that. But, they fix, supposedly, they don't really fix, they dysregulate one system to create dysregulation in another system, and which has to be patched, and by the end of your life you end up with a bag full of medicines and no better health. So managed care, it's called. Wonderful thing. So yes, it takes a while to basically come off those PPIs, and you have to slowly do it over a couple of months and taper down in small amounts as your body adjusts, and it's just one of those things. Yes, for a future video. Actually, my skin's worse. What are you talking about? You feeling okay, Ness? I've been off niacin. I'm not taking any cod liver oil. I'm not doing any of that sort of stuff. I've been deliberately not burning myself, but staying out in the sun for far long. I'm trying to see on just standard, none of this supplements, just standard meat only diet, nothing else, and just getting in the fat soluble vitamins from the animal foods and stuff like that, cream, dairy products, meats and all that. No niacin supplementation, no retinol supplementation, no nothing of that sort, and see how. Because I know even the sand people, the Bushmen of the Kalahari, they used to take blood because they weren't as black. They are more like a tannier, dark brown, like a darker, you could say, olive skin, sort of somewhere in between olive skin and dark skin in that regard. So, and they actually would lather their whole body with blood from the animal when they killed it, and it was sort of like a ritualistic thing that they all did, where other tribes don't do that. And I think it was basically a protective thing for the skin, like we would put cream on or stuff like that. So interesting, to get all those nutrients. I mean, what do people do? They buy retinol creams and stuff like that and put on their skin. Well, these guys are doing the same thing with blood. Really interesting in that regard. But I mean, generally speaking, at 50, nearly 55 this year, I'm not doing too bad in that regard. I do want to play around later on this year with some other things and see whether these biohacks will work or not. Stay tuned. You will be the witnesses. I always play a bit around with these things. I'm not going to say any more. I'll keep it at that. But yeah, my skin is much better than what it used to be in the past. I mean, it used to be flaky. Used to be really bad sometimes. I used to get a lot of pimples, sometimes on my forehead here, a lot of pimples, and sometimes around my neck. I used to get a lot of pimples and stuff like that. I mean, now you look at my, there's none of that sort of stuff, in that regard. It's, pretty much wrinkle-free compared to the past. I'm hesitant with a few things to make pronouncements. I know I've still got 9 days to go, and then I'll be back on to the other stuff. I'm sort of convinced that just a standard carnivore diet with, mixed foods does it. I don't need those extra supplementations. They're just biohacks to sort of take it to the next level. But even if you're just doing the basic animal foods, it seems to basically, even I'm a whitey and, getting out there, you're supposed to be much more susceptible to UV compared to someone with a dark skin. But even under those, without doing any of all these other things, without having the dark skin, without putting blood on obviously, it wouldn't look very, let's say people would talk at work if I turned up with blood on my face, I would say, without doing any of that sort of stuff, and without doing, niacin of 250, micrograms, or doing this sort of other stuff and retinol and that I do in winter, primarily. that's another thing for the deuterium side of things, but that's another discussion for another time. That's all I can say. Not too bad. I mean, even my sort of hair in that regard, it's sort of not too bloody bad. The hair is not is much firmer, is more bulkier than what it used to be. I used to have my hair was thinning out. I thought I was going to go bald. My dad has a lot of bald patches. His brother has quite a lot of balding. My cousin has. So I thought I was going to go bald. I didn't want to, but it was in the genetics. I've shown you guys my genetics are pretty appalling when it comes to all that sort of stuff. And I tried everything, and I did find that things that help with the hair. Obviously, the carnivore diet helps a lot, and that's the sort of the sulfur amino acids that are very important. The keratin, basically, which is in nails, and that's why my nails are pretty good, in nails and in your hair. It's bound to sulfur. And so, when you have more things like taurine in your diet, I've actually even noticed Dad's his hair isn't as thin as it was since he's been on taurine. So I always thought it was the MSM, that sulfur from the MSM that played the bigger role, not taurine. But Dad's been taking a bit of MSM lately as well. I don't know which one of those two, whether it's all sulfurs or whether it's a combination, or don't really know. I'm sort of still a bit in the dark about that. And I couldn't. I don't want to do it anyway to myself, but I didn't want to basically ask Dad to, can you be the guinea pig, Dad, and withdraw one of them and let's see what happens. So I didn't actually. I could look. I can understand how researchers, if they don't know you, they don't care, they can do anything to you or ask you to do anything as long as they're paying you. But it's family. It's a hard thing in that regard. Blinky, blinky, blinky. Trying to upset the natives, are we, Blinky? Mary's a very nice lady. I'll get her to send you a spear. Just bend over and she'll send the spear your way. They consume quite a lot of fat. Don't you worry about that. They actually consume 3 days dairy, and only dairy and milk. Milk and blood. And the sort of third, fourth day, they will consume meat. And some of that meat also will be preserved as well. They don't consume any salt because they basically use it as a preservative for the meat that they preserve. And most of their sodium comes from, I think they do use it just for that preservative side of things, but I'll have to ask. I'm not sure whether it was the Hunza that she actually said that use it. Yeah, I may be wrong about that. But they probably don't need to use salt at all. I don't think the Maasai use salt, but they probably don't need to. And the reason for that is because they get shitloads of sodium from the blood. So what they would get more sodium from the blood compared to other populations because they bleed their animals consistently every day. So they're getting plenty of sodium. So I don't think they don't need to go and look for salt like other tribes people or other animals. Not a requirement for them. So there's a bit of difference, but the protein amount can vary. They do have, the protein is sort of on the, 30, 35%, which is what most carnivores in, even in Western countries would consume. It's not excessive. But even if it was high, it wouldn't be really a problem. Let's put it that way. Men do consume more protein than women in those sort of societies, and that's true. And you can see women have a higher requirement for energy, for fat, than men. That's also true. So, I did that recent thing about, is the risks of high protein, and they were feeding the rats up to, 70% protein for a lifetime, for half a lifetime, equivalent to 30 years of a human life. No problems whatsoever. So high protein is not an issue. So as long as you don't have high sugar in the mix, that's when it becomes a problem, a Randall cycle activation issue. But otherwise, it's not really an issue. But I don't exactly know I will be asking her that question, the exact composition, because she is a very observant woman and looks at detail and stuff like that. There's a couple of things that I noticed with the Hansa. She actually showed a bit of a video on one of the, I think it's the, what was it? There was the video on the, diet, food lies or whatever it's called. Because after I saw the one that she did with Bart, the next day I sort of sent her an email and asked her, would she like to come on and do a chat with me? So we've got that organised for Tuesday next week. So in basically 2 days' time from now. And basically I will be asking her these questions. I want to get the specific amounts. I believe that they do consume quite a bit of fat, because dairy does have quite a bit of fat in it. It's not as high in protein as meat is. They consume quite a bit, so I think they're getting more fat than protein in that regard. But the exact composition and stuff like that, I'd like to get more details from her in that regard. So it'd be interesting. We'll find out. But I'm going to look at she went and saw the Hansa in Tanzania and a whole lot of other groups. And the interesting things is I noticed the videos and certain things. What they did was, and I want to ask her questions about the honey stuff and all this, but the exact way of eating, the exact composition, the amount, activity levels, all the nuanced stuff, the stuff that Salad Boy and many others don't ask. So we're going to have an interesting conversation. So you guys I'm going to basically really go into all these nook and crannies and try and get as much detail out of her. So it's going to be very detail heavy on all these nuances, because I think we need to clarify things, because it's a lot of question marks on a lot of different things. Let's clarify some of this sort of stuff from somebody that observed very closely and is also a very good researcher. So Mary's not one of those. She's one of the few honest researchers. People go out in the field and they go there to try and find evidence to support their biases. She doesn't. She goes out there trying to find out exactly what is really happening, talking with interpreters and trying to understand the nuancing of them, because languages have a different way. Certain words have different meanings in languages. You have to also understand the language, the underpinning language of people as well. So she's one of those, she's a gifted person that basically has the ability to go and look at that nuanced things and understand it. And the same thing, she's not a closed-minded person. I mean, she was a vegetarian. She went to Greece. She went to Ikaria. She saw exactly these old people eating pork belly and stuff like that, another goat and dairy and stuff like that. And she realized that she'd been sold bullshit and started investigating and understanding why the food questionnaires are wrong. And this is why she's sensitive about cultural things. She knows that the Greeks, when they use the word meat, which means kareas, the word kareas is always in relation to beef and only beef. If I say to my mother, I want kareas, meat, she knows I mean beef and only beef. If I want lamb, I'll say I want lamb, or I want pork. I won't use the word meat. I will use the word for the animal that I want. It's a funny thing. I know it's strange, but that's Greek for you. Greeks have a specific word for beef, and everything else has to be for that animal. So where other people generalize meat, for meat in other people is everything. Meat is fish. When you say all meats, it's fish, beef, lamb, pork, the whole lot. But in Greek, it's specific to beef and nothing else. And so when you put that on a questionnaire and you say meat, but you don't put pork, lamb, or anything of that, people are just going to say, "Oh, I don't need kraus, I don't need beef, so I'm not going to tick that box." You're on an island. It's only a few places in Greece where there's a lot of cattle around, and so people basically record. They have a bit of beef now and then, even in regions where they don't, it's imported or brought in from other regions, but they don't consume very heavily, and so very easy to get to for these confounding or cultural elements and stuff like that. That's why I say there's nothing like a clinical study where they've locked you up and they're giving you specific stuff and then recording and taking data. That's what a clinical study does, or a randomized control study where they say, this is what you're going to eat. They give you a list and that's the food you're going to buy and eat and nothing else. That's when you've got some control over the variables. When you're asking people and you're not culturally sensitive, you can get a lot of wrong answers. So, and that's what happens, unfortunately, out there in research land. And she doesn't do that sort of stuff. She's very cognizant of these limitations of observational research. And so she's very attuned to the importance of culture, the importance of tradition and all these to understand and get a nuance, in that regard. Because most people don't get that nuance element and so miss a lot of cues. Food preparation, food combinations, the type of foods in their historical, is it raw? Is it pasteurized? Certain beneficial elements that have lost that can mitigate certain other things, blah, 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 blah. So we'll cover a bit of that sort of stuff. That'll be interesting. Yes, Blinky always gets ideas. He's a sick, sick puppy. Actually, he's a frog. He thinks he's a puppy, but he's a frog. G'day, Angela. Can't stay, but have to say thanks for superb chat. You're welcome. Oh, with Pim earlier, yeah. Pim's a fantastic lady. Oh, thanks. I bring out the best, do I? Oh, okay. Ladies bring out the best in you, Harry. Oh, maybe they do. Maybe because I'm a bit of more of a traditional man in that regard, and I tend to become a bit more competitive with men, where with women I don't, and I have a much more pleasant and enjoyable conversation. It's probably that, even my friends have noticed that I can be, I can cane my male mates and my female friends. I'm very, very, accommodating, or whatever you want to call it. Or yes. Hi, Tommy. Yes. Anyway, we'll move on. Your thoughts on cod liver oil necessary in the car diet? Seasonal only, winter. Is when I use it, and I get a high quality one, the Rosita one, which is from Norway, and that one is the. And it's this one here. I'll just. Oh, there it is. it's that one. And I think if you change the end of it from AU to UK, I think you get the European. Oh, is it at the beginning? Maybe it's at the beginning. I have to put it. UK. Nope. Yeah. Oh, CO, that's right. God. Basket case. He's a basket case. That's the UK one. And they do delivery into the EU. And that's obviously the Australian one. And I think the Americas one is just .com, I think it is, from memory. And that's the US one. And basically, it's way better quality. So the key importance to that, I don't recommend any other brand. That's the one I get. That's basically it, you know. So, and actually, where's the other one? Where's that product? Let's quickly show that. So that's the soft gels. That's in the liquid form. And this is another one from catfish liver. And it's also got this substance here, alky glycerol. And that's pretty good for the brain. So I got that for Dad. So he's 86 and I bought that for him. So I've still got some in the fridge. So when he finishes the other stuff, I will deliver that because I usually buy bulk and then I give it to him slowly so he sort of doesn't get overwhelmed and get confused, too many things to manage. So he gets looked after in that regard. So he's into the biohacking as well. Hey, he's my experimental animal, I need somebody to basically experiment on. Nothing better than family. He gets the benefit for living longer and healthier, and I get the benefit to see how good it works or not. Or is it a waste of time for me? Should I be looking at other options? Yeah, they did. Yeah, I've got Russian friends and I know about it. But even historically, the ancient Greeks knew that you had to take away all the plant foods for people with diabetes and stuff like that. The carbohydrates, they knew it. The Romans knew that you basically you could withdraw food like the fasting, because basically a carnivore diet or a keto diet or like that mimics to some extent. It takes away a lot of the inflammation, and it's a low inflammatory diet. And really, even ultimately, the most lowest inflammatory, but you can't live on it, is basically something like fasting. But even the Romans knew you threw somebody in, locked them up for a couple of days, you fasted them, and basically seem to come back normal. They're bipolar, they're schizophrenia, all these sort of, mental issues seem to sort themselves out. So a lot of populations realize that. This is the reason why tribal populations did not have these ailments. They did not consume. They only had access very rarely to seasonal sugar. It was, even honey is seasonal. Fruit is seasonal. Tubers are seasonal, and only small amounts of populations. And it's more since the planet's become warmer and the animals have become leaner, so there's less fat on them. It's what forced people into agriculture. It was forced people to start eating tubers. That's what it did. It forced us to eat those foods because we needed the energy. Remember, for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, humans have lived in a calorie-deprived environment where they've had to struggle and fight for every single calorie that they got. The world we live in today is an unnatural world. The calorie density in our world is so high, it's never been like this at any point in the history of our species. But our species is still basically a paleo-human, which basically means that paleo-human being only knows one thing: calories. Give me more. Some populations have learned to basically adapt to a changing world, like the Japanese, like the Okinawans, where they say only consume up to 80% until you're 80% full, things like that. That avoids engaging the Randall cycle. So, plus consuming a lot of pork is low insulinogenic. So when you combine it with some carbohydrate like sweet potatoes and stuff like that, it doesn't actually create as a pronounced insulin to glucagon ratio as well. So there's all these little nuances of the way people combine foods and stuff like that. It's, as I said, it's a hell of a lot more complex in that regard. Anyway, yes, fish eggs. Come on, move it. I got a full-on rash on my chest. I eliminated plants completely from my diet. Yes. Welcome to oxalate dumping. That happened to me as well. Plus, I got a lot of foamy urine. Up your citric acid, mate. That's all I can say. Up your citric acid. So for the time being, get some lemon juice in the system. And you can actually buy from iHerb has actually got food grade. I think it's only one product. I believe so, just one product. If you Google it on iHerb, you'll find it. It's a food grade citric acid. And you can take some of that in water. Or you can just take lemon juice. That helps as well. But it's a bit harder to take lemon juice with it, twice a day or a couple of things like that. So, citric acid. But for the time being, that's the other option you've got is very much so beyond. We've all experienced the wonderful world of oxalate dumping. It's great. Good to hear. Yeah. Look, Lukey's in the same boat. I mean, Luke Gear, since he's pushed up his vitamin D to that high level, the leaky gut is probably starting to resolve itself. He's improving his gut microbiome. He's eating more animal foods. He's basically feeling much better. He feels different. He knows there's something that's changed in him. But he had very high vitamin D levels. He got them really up there high. So in the high normal, which is great. It's exactly where I encouraged him to basically push them. Because when he tried the first time, he checked and he realised they weren't as high. And I said, They've got to be higher. And he goes, what do you mean higher? I said, higher. And he persisted. I wasn't sure whether he was going to persist or not, but he did, which was good. I was glad he did. I thought that, because sometimes people don't get results and they go, this is not working. Harry's wrong. But I kept on persisting and saying, you got to go higher, Lukey. And he went higher and go more and remove that junk, that shit out of your diet, some certain foods and all that, and eat more animal foods. And as he started shifting to more animal foods and going high with his vitamin D, things started to change. And he goes, I haven't felt like this for a very, very long time, probably when he was a very small child. So he was impressed. But he had more healing to do. That's why, and vitamin D plays a big, big role in that. And sometimes it can take time because you may have, a decade plus, some people even longer, of damage, and it just doesn't resolve itself within a month or two. It can take a while. It's just the way it is. It's a lot of money. I don't spend that much. What's that? Is it a monthly thing or a weekly thing or whatever? Occasionally, I occasionally will, but there are other ways. There are other food combinations you can do as well. More eggs that are cheap, and they are actually even more have much higher bioavailability. Remember, you can consume, old bodybuilders used to consume shitloads. That old geezer, 25 eggs a day. Remember, you're only getting a third of the protein utilization out of meat. You get nearly 50% from eggs. So for every 100 bloody hell, Harry, for every 100 grams or 3.5 ounces, you're getting half of that. You're only getting about a third of that from meat, from all meats, including fish and all that. It's just one of those things about, utilization. So this is why the old bodybuilders knew. Throw those eggs in, get that leucine in from the dairy and some of that casein that is slow, Because remember, when they say about, even meats are about 92% bioavailability, eggs and dairy is 100%. Yes. Those Maasai aren't doing too bad. And as even Mary noticed, the Maasai were the strongest and toughest hombres on the African plain. Let that be a lesson to you. So, what do you think is driving the autism epidemic? I can tell you one thing, it's not vaccinations, because they did actually an experiment in Osaka, Japan, where they withdrew the MMR for 2 years, and basically the autism rate still kept going up. So none of those kids had got at all vaccinated, and they still had the same level of autism rate that the previous generation, the previous group in the same age bracket in the previous 2 years, and they restored it back. So what's driving it? Things like autism. Let's put it this way. Look at the diet. Most people in Japan as well, which is another, and especially the women in Asia, it's another reason, especially Japan, Korea, South Korea, all women in urban areas. If you take a look at the women in the rural areas, they stay out in the sun. In the urban areas, they avoid the sun. So why are the rates, even in Indonesia, higher in the urban areas? It's the same population, same genetics, nothing's changed. Why is it amongst these growing middle classes higher autism rates, and you don't see them amongst the people out on the farms? Simple. Vitamin D. When you've got a dark skin as well, You need to be out there for more hours. Somebody pale skin probably gets a very high level within an hour, half an hour to an hour, depending on which part of the year. Somebody with a darker skin needs to be out there for 6 to 8 hours. That's a long time. It's fine if you're working on the land, but if you're working in an office, and then when you go out, because you've been told to slip, slop, and slap shit on your skin so you don't get burnt from the sun, you're going to be vitamin D deficient. It's the reason why we saw where parts of, the older people in Vietnam or out in the younger people, the ones that basically living more in the urban centres where the job opportunities are. Still, most of the population is rural. Plus, they did do other things like they basically gargle and stuff like that. But when it comes to basically things like certain types of diseases, when you look at populations, when they shift into urban areas, autism rates go up. I'll give you another example. The people from the Horn of Africa, like the Somalis and people like that, there is no autism in Somali land. They don't even have a name for it. They end up going to North America or Europe, and they have some of the highest autism rates of the general community, higher than the general community. What do? They're Muslims. They cover. Their women cover. And on top of that, they're in a Western society, which is a lighter skin, and they avoid the sun because they want to maintain a lighter skin as well, even if it's dark light or whatever, because of, the prejudice, whatever. So what's actually happening? Vitamin D. It's vitamin D deficiencies. If you take a look at when the slip, slop, slap, stupid campaign started hitting the world back in the 80s, together with the seed oils and everything else under the sun, what did we notice? We noticed the autism rates starting to creep up and up and up in that period. Before that, it was much, much lower. In the 70s, more people worked outdoors, especially in a lot of these countries. If you go back into the 70s, when you look at the 70s, because I basically, in the 80s, I was in Bangladesh. It was basically, very basic. Let me put it that way. Wasn't a lot of urban. Most people lived in rural areas. And I've seen Asia transform. And I can tell you, in that environment, they were outdoors. They were dark-skinned, outdoors all day, doing things. Where you urbanize and you move away from the sun and you listen to stupid experts that tell you to cover because they put you on seed oils, damage your skin, and then it's a bit like the medicated system. We'll give you we'll give you seed oil to fuck your skin up so it burns easy, and then we'll tell you to take this cream, which is full of toxic chemicals, to put on your skin so you become vitamin D deficient and sick and get autoimmunity and all that. All the autoimmune diseases and these developmental type diseases like autism and all that have been skyrocketing since. The brain needs vitamin D, a lot of vitamin D in the early days. Also, it needs a lot of taurine. You get shitloads of taurine from your mother when you're breastfed, if you're not breastfed. So you combine breastfeeding issues, you combine vitamin D deficiencies, fat-soluble vitamin deficiencies, and all this other stuff, and it's a cocktail of things. And, it will bring up these sort of things like autism and a number of other similar type of neurological and developmental type disorders. That's what's happening, So it's unfortunate, but that's the reality. Now, how do you convince a population that's been brainwashed to believe that they need to avoid the sun, where humanity never avoided the sun for thousands and thousands of years? Unfortunately, this is a tragedy. So you got to get, as I say to people in the past. My mother fed me brains, organ meats, and all this sort of stuff. Maybe that's why I'm a very smart cookie. But, many of the younger people nowadays, I mean, I talk to some of them and I go, fuck, are you brain dead? I'm 55 and my brain is much sharper. I can pick up things and argue things on the fly, and they struggle. Kibble diet combined with deficiencies and developmental deficiencies and all sorts of things is really dumbing down the population. It's an epidemic, unfortunately, Dylan. And it's going to get worse before it gets better. G'day, Spin. Yes, like the American one. We've adopted the same crap. Yes. It does a species appropriate diet. Yeah, I know. Isn't it awful? Yeah, I know. Yeah. Somebody else has mentioned that as well. That's why we have to call it out what it is. It's a species appropriate diet, not a standard American or standard. It should be actually called standard Western diet, because that's what it is, a dominant or standard processed diet, actually. The standard processed diet of the modern world. So SPD, in a sense. But anyway, yes, it is funny. Yes, it's great, isn't it? Seasoning. So you're combining it in some sort of with other herbs and spices and stuff like that. Are you? Is that how you're doing it, Jules, or just putting it just as a I'm not sure. It's much more runny and all that. It's really, I just find it so nice to. I mean, I sometimes use it like I actually run out now. I use a French brand, which has just got duck fat, nothing else, no preservatives, no crap, and all that. And when you open it up, it's in the fridge. And I basically sometimes like seafood and stuff like that, and sort of like in a wok, and sort of stir fry the stuff with duck fat. Oh God, that is nice, and a bit of seasoning. Yes. Yes, very nice. Which one was about Sky? Yes, that wonderful place. You're guaranteed to basically be bankrupt and living on the streets, like most of them. I've seen some of the images. It's bad. It is bad in that part of the world. Stimulating American diet. You guys are creative. I'll give you that. You guys are really creative. Orange kibble bad. Mate. Oh, they love me. Restream. Oh, congratulations. Thanks, guys. Should I tweet it? Please tweet it. God almighty. Probably. Hey, the worst thing is, in future they'll probably put quotas on having sex with your partner and and all sorts of other things. Yeah, they're going crazy. This world, these fucking lunatics want to control everything. Yes. Even when I eat plants, I eat basic stuff. Never could afford factory boxed crap, which is probably very good. Yorkshire folk don't like to dig deep for corporate profits unnecessarily. Good people, exactly. I know a few people from that part of the world. Never been sad, really, thankfully. Well, you're lucky then, so you've just had an average, half decent general diet, and now you're basically on a more species appropriate. So, way better. Yes, we know that. Where have you been living? Under a rock? Triple Joe. Harry, I will have Mary on my channel again. This will be an interview that I'm doing in 2 days' time, and it should be available. I'm not promising. Thursday morning. At the worst case scenario, if I have difficulties with some of my editing, then it will be basically Friday morning, Australian Eastern Standard Time, which basically means that you guys will be asleep. Or, no, you won't be asleep, actually. It'll be late at night the previous day. So if it's Thursday, it'll be Wednesday night evening for you guys in the UK. In other parts of Europe, like probably Norway and Germany and on from there, it'll be probably getting close to midnight or past that. So you may just get a snippet or not. Don't know. Or you'll have to wait, rest, sleep, rest, and wake up and enjoy. So, yeah. So basically that's what I'm sort of planning and hoping. And then I'm going to try and twist her arm and hopefully convince her to come onto one of my live chats like she did last time. And so you guys get an opportunity, especially you guys in the from the Eurasian type. You'll definitely get, because that's the last time she was on the Eurasian one as well. So it'll be again a Eurasian one because of the time differences. She's basically in Cape Town at the moment. When she gets, whether it's at Cape Town or whether she does it from when she gets back to Athens, we don't know yet. But once we do the live stream and she comes on, it'll be basically within that time frame for you guys. So what is it, 2 hours? So if it's 7:30 in the UK or 7 o'clock in the UK, yeah, that's right. It's basically 2 hours later in Greece. So I think it is 2 hours. Is it 2 hours? I think it is 2 or 3. I think it's 2. I think. Don't quote me on that. Which basically means that it's 9 o'clock her time in the morning, which is fine. Very easy for her, that time slot. So she doesn't mind coming on. Like on a Sunday, it's easy. You're not doing much. Come on until midday for a couple of hours, even before midday, and then you go out, do your own thing on the Sunday midday and stuff like that. So, bloody hell, I'm going to kill my friend if he basically gave it to me. He's been a sickly damn thing. So, anyway, hope I haven't caught what he had. It wasn't COVID. He went to the hospital and checked, so I'm safe about that. But it still was a bloody nasty thing. He couldn't breathe, literally, his breath and all that. So he blamed me, and I said I didn't have anything like that symptoms, because I'd caught some other bloody thing from somebody else. And, it's nothing major, just sniffle. I'll probably just up my vitamin D tomorrow. That's what I did last time. One day, killed it. 50,000 IUs, dead as a doornail, whatever it was. You got to get it quickly. Now it's too late to do that, So we don't want to disrupt melatonin. You do not take vitamin D in the evening, only in the middle of the day. Otherwise, you suppress melatonin. Not a good thing if you want to get good sleep. Anyway, where was I? She may knock him off. or have him locked up for incompetency. Who knows? Who cares? Okay, ButcherBox is my meat delivery service. Have you looked at other things? I mean, there are other companies out there that have got other options as well. So, and local farmers, you should consider as well. That's another option. So, yes. Heritage breed pork is a scam. Heritage doesn't matter if you feed them the same garbage. That's true. That is very true, Bjorn. Very much. You're paying premium for the same stuff. I'm going back to your earlier stream with Pim. You guys talked about the protein. I have tried eating high protein of meat, and it does alter metabolism and energy states. Thoughts? Look, from my own experience, when I had, and I was in sort of a low carb ketotic type thing, I actually had this massive steak, and then 2 hours later, I think I've shown you guys on one of my live streams, my blood sugar went down to 3.7 millimoles, which is 60, I think it's 66, 67, I can't remember, and my ketones came down to 1.3 millimoles, and they had been very high, around the 3 or whatever. So that's the effect, and that was after 2 hours after when I did my test at the time. So what I confirmed to myself is that once you're fat adapted, because the insulin to glucagon ratio, insulin is being tempered by glucagon, you don't get the same insulin, IGF, and mTOR activation, sort of the over-exaggerated growth factors and stuff like that. And if you're fat adapted, it doesn't really affect you as much. I know a lot of people that do a higher protein component and are fine, you know. So I know the Samburu people, some of them on average do up to 3.8. What was it? It's nearly 4 grams per kilo body weight. It was on, I can't even remember. It was one of my early sort of chats that I had with Bart Kay, and it was on the Sand People, the Bushmen of the Kalahari, and it was basically some research that had been done by people associated with Cordain, you know, the paleo guy. I had some issues with it in that regard. Some of the actual stuff that they were talking about, we just went through it, me and Bart. We didn't want to actually, because it was sort of the copyright sort of issue. So we couldn't actually show it on the screen. So we read it through it sort of thing. So we didn't want to have copyright issues and stuff like that. Sometimes, you know, you can actually access stuff. Sometimes, you know, it's really hard in terms of fair use. So, you know, they will say, well, this has come out of a book. You can't use it because you have to buy the book. Where if it's a study for fair use, you can sort of get away with that. When it's out of a book, it becomes really problematic. So we had to read out of it. So it was unfortunate. I couldn't actually show all, you know, the actual pages and show all the proper stuff, which is a bit of a annoyance, but you got to respect copyright, unfortunately. And so I think as long as the sugar is not there in the system, and even the Maasai, you know, if you look at the Maasai, basically when they don't have they don't have meat, they have meat separate from from basically, so when they have meat, they have meat. When they have basically milk with blood, they have milk with blood, and it's separate. So it's, because it's like they have an understanding of this, of, that it has some, too much of some of those growth factors can be activated. Maybe they saw something in their lives as they went along and realized, that it was best to keep the two separate. It's interesting in that regard. What just happened? I fell behind my stream and I lost my spot. It cleared the top part, which is quite annoying. It does do that, so I can't really do much about it. Oh, they've actually changed that. Oh, that's nice. They've put that back in there. Oh, that's coming through. So if you're on a big screen, you can see it. So because they had to basically put in the settings before, but now they've actually put on the panel. I just noticed that. Interesting. Anyway, where were we? Good to see you, mate. Get your head out of the gutter. Copy Fractofano. I bet you do. There you go. You guys are out there, sunbaking the balls. Don't worry about that. God, I go half naked out of my place. I don't care. People want a perv, good luck to them. You guys are too sensitive. If you go to the beach, you're only wearing briefs and nothing else. So what's the difference? You can go out with basically just, within reason. Fucking hell, you guys. You can't help yourselves, can you? You can't help yourselves. Depends what you're looking at, Alex. Mate, I couldn't help it. I couldn't bloody help it. Ding. I stopped wearing glasses for a long and short distances altogether. You only need them for reading small print now, probably because I'm old. Exactly. That tends to happen to all. Actually, even that, I can actually read small print, and my brother Sean, he's actually 2 years younger than me, and he can't. He's sort of low carb-ish, and the word is ish, and he can't. I can. And I had very poor vision in the past. So there is something for a species appropriate diet that does improve things in the long run. So in that regard, usually, if I'm at his place and I go, I bought this new thing, and I say, what's in it? And he goes, you read it, I can't fucking see this. And he passes it over to me, and I just basically read it for him. So, yes. He sometimes gets he goes into his office and gets the little glasses, and puts them on and goes, "Oh, now I can read it." But if I'm close by, he just hands it over to me. Okay. Nice. Richard, mate. These Kiwis and their roasts. They'll roast anything. Basically, that's what he means. Just use some mirrors. Focus it. No, don't do that. Yes. We'll catch up with all the good stuff later, Harry. Off to boost vitamin D levels now. You do that, Dave. Enjoy yourself in the beautiful city of Barcelona. Today's been beautiful in Tasmania, in Hobart in particular. Very nice and warm. Sunny all day long. Some people are complaining down here and go, "Oh, it's too bloody hot." God almighty. Some people. Typical Tasmanians. Never happy. When it's too hot, it's too bloody hot. When it's too bloody cold, it's too bloody cold. Too windy, it's too bloody windy. Never can please them. Harry Stevia is rising fast on claims that he's not sugar, not an artificial sweetener, and not glycemic. Is this true? It's bullshit. All sugars, whether they're an alcohol sugar, whether they are whatever, the moment it hits your tongue, your body goes, ooh, sugar's coming in, glucose is coming in, fructose is coming in, or whatever. And it goes, we need to ramp up all these sort of enzymatic pathways. We need to also get ready to push out some insulin. So, yes, actually some artificial sweeteners can actually raise insulin higher than actually raw sugar or even glucose. Did you hear that? Some of these sweeteners, these sweetened alcohols, remember, the thing that's actually causing the problems is not the sugar as much as what it causes when it's too much or inappropriately or whatever, deranged in the system, and that is insulin. Insulin is driving the inflammation, higher insulin levels. So at the end of the day, it's nonsense, pretty much. Look, a bit of stevia, a bit of xylitol, stuff like that, probably not the end of the world, but it's not species appropriate, and it's not the best thing or optimal, whatever. As long as you're not doing it on a daily basis, on a continuous basis, and it's not part of a general habit or whatever, you're probably not at too much risk. But if you're constantly putting a lot of these sugar alcohols in, they can be problematic in a lot of different ways and all that. So don't do it. And there's 40 people watching. What are the other 17 people doing? At this stage, I'll even take a dislike. It all helps with the algorithms. I've got a hypothesis about why people really love crunchy, crispy foods. The body's craving collagen from crispy skin and crunchy cartilage. That's probably true. That is probably bloody true. The body has a certain level of glycine requirement in that regard. Obviously, the more inflamed a body is, the more it needs. If you get sufficient protein, it can actually there are enzymatic pathways where it can actually produce more glycine. So you don't necessarily have to eat it in that regard, but it's useful. It actually means that it leaves the proteins that are being taken up for other purposes. So, all nuanced. It's the reason why I love pork, There's good levels of gelatinous glycine type, all these sort of collagen type amino acids in egg whites, in the egg. So eggs are good for that reason. Sulfur, the sulfur type amino acids are fairly good for bones as well in that regard. So all that sort of stuff. We had pork today. We had yesterday we had really nice, sort of a big slab of pork belly, and we actually, cooked that up really nicely. So it was actually, sealed, and so it steamed up and became really soft, and the skin was crackling and all that. I've actually got a big piece, and I was just literally cutting off pieces. It's the reason why I love, consume a lot of, like pork crackle and stuff like that. It's really nice and all that. I know Pim makes some really good pork crackle for her and Bart. She loves pork crackle, a bit like me in that regard. So she consumes a bit of that in that regard. So, bone broths are pretty good for it as well. But if you look at the, where's that link? I think I did. Let me see if I can find it, because actually a mate of mine actually asked me about glycine. Where? Is this the link? Oh, that's right. Yep, I found it. Okay. Just put that on the screen there. I'll actually turn off the overlay for a moment. And can I get rid of my, put myself down there? Okay. So obviously gelatin is going to have some of the highest. Actually, gelatin is also a good source of copper. But see, right after gelatin, look where snack, pork skin, plain, pork skin barbecue, pork skin pickle, variety of byproducts. Beef cured, when you get those, what is it called? It's a bit like the corned beef. It's something similar, but when you get all that sort of gelatinous material from, around the rib cage and around the stomach areas and stuff like that, some of that stuff, in that sort of format is really good. Those pieces of meat, like in a nice roast, a beef roast, will have good levels. That's 100. This is 100 grams. Sorry, that's in calories. Let me just change that. Doesn't matter. It has quite a bit, as you can see. Look at the levels. So we're talking about, because, in grams it's actually even higher, because obviously, gelatin is much lighter and all that. So in that regard, but generally speaking, when we're looking at the animal foods, they are fairly high. Pork being one of the really high ones in terms of gelatinous material. So it's good stuff. And I've got it actually, because half of it, actually, my brother Shawnee goes, because we only had half of it, because we actually had 2 roasts. We also had a lamb roast, which on the bone, so you've got all the gelatinous material, got all the connective tissue and stuff like that in all that, which was really also wrapped, and it sort of steamed up and cooked really nice. And so that was really nice. So we had 2 when we came back from our long walk. That lady that sometimes comes onto my live streams on Luba, she was there as well. She'd actually met us down at Salamanca, so she had a bit of that. She loved. She doesn't really like pork much, but everybody's different. But I absolutely loved it, and that's one reason why. Probably me, Bart, because we do do like pork crackle and stuff like that, and consume that sort of stuff. We get plenty of glycine. We don't we don't have to supplement. Everybody's out there. Oh, you need to do this. You need to get a supplement. I mean, no, you don't need to supplement. Just need to eat a bit more pork crackle and stuff like that. Get over it. Supplement. What nonsense. I lost my spot again. That's the only problem with Restream. It does actually move ahead, so it doesn't actually run but at some point it goes, okay, if you haven't covered that, it jumps and you lose all the others. So, but unfortunately, that's all we've got this week, and next week it'll be a Restream, nothing else. Unfortunately, it's the reality. It's due to. That's it, guys. I've run out of hours on StreamYard. So shit happens, as they say. Anyway, let's move on. I'll turn that on. Anyone try drinking fresh blood? Mary Ruddick said she felt amazing drinking it with the Maasai. It was sweet and delicious. She felt she got something that she was missing. Okay. I must have missed that. We all miss things sometimes when we listen to people. It's just one of those things. Interesting. Look, I've had blood sausage. So it's a European thing, blood sausage, Northern European, Southern European. You'll get things like that and different blood puddings and stuff like that. So I haven't had it directly out of an animal. I've had it cooked stuff type thing. So yeah, fresh, never out of an animal, never tried it. So could not tell you. Okay, so. Look, it's always to try and, you guys can help. You guys can actually promote her, get her out there, get her better known. So I would appreciate it if you, put her on your social media stuff, your other stuff. Doesn't cost you anything. She does plenty of good work for the community. We should support her. Yeah. that's a very nice one. Reporting I have an overload, but the Maasai seem fine. Exactly. Look, there's a lot of nonsense out there. There is shit loads of nonsense. I've got a hypothesis of my own because I've had 2 people that had hemochromatosis that are fine now on a carnivore diet. And one guy on one of my live streams came on and actually said the same thing. He said, when I went carnivore, I still had hemochromatosis issues when I was keto and paleo and all that sort of other stuff. I think he said paleo, or maybe he said low carb, one of the two. And then basically he said when he went carnivore, it all resolved. I think it's the non-heme iron. I think that these people that have got these genes do not have the capacity to convert non-heme iron to heme iron, so they can't regulate it properly, and they end up getting overload of this non-heme iron type thing. That's my theory. I mean, there's a number of other carnivores that are coming to the same thinking. Sean Baker is thinking that way. Even Bart thinks, yep, there's probably something in it himself. The problem is we don't have mechanistic studies to show that. All we've got is these anecdotes of people who go on a carnivore diet and resolve their hemochromatosis. So obviously you need to avoid eggs, because eggs are also, so if you want to get choline and want to get folate and all these other things, liver is the way to go. If you don't want to go too high on the retinol, copper and stuff like that, then, poultry liver is the other way to go on that front, or you just can consume smaller amounts. Like when I'm in Asia, I usually go into the vendors and get like small bits of liver and just have that like a liver snack. So you can actually produce your own liver snacks and have that. Actually, talking about liver snacks and stuff like that, I came across, this is a Greek, I'll just put it on for a sec and take the overview of shit. And it's this one here. And, get my mug out of it. Anyway, there's this site here. This is Grandpa Tassos cooking. It's all in Greek. He does have English subtitles for this one. So I will just... He's even got his own kokoretsi idea as well. So this is frigadella. Frigadella is basically liver only with suet. It's a favourite that originates from the west coast of Greece, where my parents come from. He'll actually explain that. I'll just turn it on. It's not very long.
Γεια σας φίλες και φίλοι. Καλώς ήρθατε για άλλη μια φορά στο κανάλι μου. Θα σας κάνω σήμερα έναν εξαιρετικό τσιγκουρομεζέ. Αν και είναι γνωστό σε όλη τη χώρα, η καταγωγή του φαίνεται να κρατάει από τη Δυτική Ελλάδα. Πάμε λοιπόν να φτιάξουμε πεντανόστιμα φρυγαντέλια. Θα φτιάξουμε πρώτα ένα πολτό από σκόρδο, μαύρο πιπέρι και λάδι. Αυτό τώρα θα το πολτοποιήσουμε και θα αλέσουμε ταυτόχρονα και το πιπέρι. Αφού το έχουμε κάνει πάστα.
Rather than olive oil, you can actually basically use something like butter, so you don't need to use for this paste. You can use butter, in the past they used to use goat butter, not because, that was the primary one that was around. Goat. Lamb, we usually primarily, as I've said before, we use it for yogurts and for, for those sort of things where most of our non-cow butters come from goats, and so does the milk. That's the non-cow milk. So I sort of, in the village, it was all just basically goat milk for me.
Το σκόρδο μαζί με το πιπέρι. Θα ρίξουμε και λίγο λάδι να το κάνουμε παχύρευστο. Και η πάστα μας είναι έτοιμη. Έχουμε κόψει το σηκώτη σε ομοιόμορφα κομμάτια για να μπορέσουμε να το τυλίξουμε όμορφα και να το περάσουμε και στη σούβλα ωραία. Έχω εδώ μπόλια, ένα πάρα πολύ ωραίο κομμάτι. Τώρα θα πάρουμε 2 κομματάκια σηκώτη και θα τα...
That sort of music is mountain music. This is the sort of music in the mountainous regions of Greece. It's sort of, it's a deep, manly type, music, very much. You sort of get up and, this sort of, it's a really sort of a slow, Anyway, I'm getting beyond myself.
Βάλουμε δίπλα-δίπλα, αφήνοντας ενδιάμεσα κενό και στις άκρες. Θα ρίξουμε αλάτι όσο νομίζουμε σαν δαντέλα είναι και θα τα αλείψουμε με αυτήν την ωραία πάστα που φτιάξαμε με σκόρδο και πιπέρι και λαδάκι. Έτοιμα τα πρώτα, οπότε αυτά τώρα θα τα φέρουμε 2 στροφούλες.
Cut it off with the knife across there.
Την κόβουμε από την πόρια μας και επίσης θα την κόψουμε και στη μέση. Θα τα διπλώσουμε αυτά έτσι εκεί και αυτά από εκεί.
We do it slightly different. We do it in like a rounder type thing. So it's I usually make it in like large thick pieces like that, and then I'll cut them into like sort of rounded squares or whatever. So it's slightly different. He does them long, different approaches. I do them very traditional, like West Coast.
Θα ανάψουμε πρώτα τα κάρβουνα για να γίνονται. Αφού τα κάνουμε όλα έτσι, θα τα περάσουμε στη σούβλα. Ας ξεκινήσουμε λοιπόν το πέρασμα. Και επειδή όπως λέει η παροιμία «Κάλλιο γαϊντουρόδενε παρά γαϊντουρογύρευε», θα την τηρήσω. Μη τίποτα έχουμε κανένα συμβάν και κατά την περιστροφή δεν γυρίζουν τα φρυγαδέλια μου, οπότε θα τα κάνω μια μικρή επέμβαση πριν ξεκινήσουμε. Θα τα δέσω με σπαγκάκι. Και όλο αυτό γιατί η σούβλα μου είναι λιγάκι χοντρή. Οπότε ό,τι και αν συμβεί θα φέρουν όλα μαζί στροφή. Είτε έτσι τα γυρνάμε, είτε έτσι τα γυρνάμε. Θα το δούμε στο ψήσιμο, θα το δούμε. Πάμε για την ψισταριά. Βάζουμε τη σούβλα κοντά στα κάρβουνα και ψήνουμε από την αρχή σε δυνατή φωτιά. Ανάβουμε παράλληλα και μία δεύτερη φωτιά για να μπορούμε να τροφοδοτούμε με αναμένα κάρβουνα και να εξασφαλίζουμε σταθερή θερμοκρασία. Μπορείτε να τα ψήσετε και στη σχάρα. Περνάμε και με λιγάκι λαδολέμονο που και που.
We can combine basically lemon and butter. Same thing. This olive oil now is everywhere, unfortunately, it's just the way it is.
Προσθέτουμε κάρβουνα αναμένα για να μην πέφτει η ένταση της φωτιάς.
So it keeps it around, the 90 degrees.
Όχι, να δούμε τι φτιάξαμε. Να τρώει η μάνα και του παιδιού να μην δίνει.
So that's 100. So it's about nearly about 200 Fahrenheit. So just about 92 degrees or 200 Fahrenheit is where he's cooking it. Look how beautifully it's been cooked over the coals. Now that is really tasty. And that's what I'm saying. We really know how to cook organ meats, very different compared to many other populations. And that's the reason why they are so enjoyable.
Λεμονάκι στο φρυγαδέλι. Λεμονάκι έτσι, μπόλικο το λεμονάκι, έτσι. Και ριγανίτσα φυσικά. Δεν την βάλαμε μέσα για να μην πικρίζει. Όποιος αντέχει βάζει και λίγο μπούκοβο.
Traditionally, you wouldn't put peppers because that wasn't part of the Greek thing.
Είναι ωραίος τσιπουρομεζές.
Tsipro is like grappa.
Το φρυγαδέλι.
It's the Greek version of grappa.
Να είμαστε καλά.
So basically, that's what it looks like with a suet. And this is this other guy here that actually has done similar. The only thing is it doesn't have any. It's only got Portuguese subtitles. Oh well. He does a more squarer like that. I'll just go quickly through it. He squares off the suet. And if you take a look at the suet that he's using is much more, there's more fat to it. So this is more like the way we do it in the West Coast, where we actually put far more fat, far more suet. And this is the other thing with the cloves of the onions, and he does them a very similar way. He basically puts the suet down, he puts the different pieces down, and then he puts the pieces of, and then wraps them. And then puts them through the skewer like that. And as you see, there's far more suet as part of that. So slightly different style. And there it is, being cooked. So two different styles, but pretty much this guy here is fairly good. He's got a lot of content that actually is Greek. It's English translated, I mean. So I'll just put that in there. He's also got like how to make your own, the souvlakis type, make your own homemade. So then you could sort of make, let's say, pita breads from dairy products and make like a carnivore pita bread, and basically use dairy fillings, which is basically cheese, and throw in some of the actual, the gyro, the way they make it. So he actually shows you how to make it with the meat gyro, and then you could make it at home and then create your own carnivore type dishes in that regard from this site. In that regard, I unsubscribed for some bloody reason. Anyway, must have clicked it accidentally before. Shit happens. Or YouTube did it to me. I don't know. I'm not blaming anyone. I may have done it myself. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff there that there are many ways of actually getting good nutrition in, and I hope you enjoyed that in that regard. So I know Alex would have loved that, because Alex really loves that sort of stuff. And I know Bjorn, he loves that sort of stuff. So I hope you do, boys, enjoy that sort of stuff. In that regard, previous session, you intimated that egg white inflammation was gene. No, I didn't say that. Nope. I said for hemochromatosis people, you don't have hemochromatosis, you don't have to worry, Jay. Only for hemochromatosis people, it's non-heme iron. So it's non-heme iron, and that could be a problem. So you don't have to worry about it. Not an issue for you in that regard. Carbs, it means activation of the Randall cycle. Ah, yes, that lovely Randall cycle. Yes. Is it okay to eat 1 kilogram of yogurt, Greek yogurt in a day? Probably excessive. It's the thing that I said earlier about even kefir. Too much kefir, guys. It's just way too much that people are consuming. I do it once a month in the middle of winter because basically I know that I've got less vitamin D in the system, and what that does is it doesn't support the gut microbiome, the healthy gut beneficial bacteria. So what I do is basically take these sort of things, kefirs and stuff like that, to increase those good bugs, which I know are being starved of vitamin D and are declining. So it's what people traditionally did. They had fermented stuff, pickled foods and stuff like that throughout the whole of winter. Without knowing, they were actually getting back, they were supporting that gut microbiome, and that's why you do it then. Not in the summer when you get plenty of sun and you should be out there taking in those rays like Bjorn does. He gets out naked and takes in those rays in every way, in every nookie and cranny. Anyway, Bjorn, I had to say that. Yes. God almighty. Blinky, I'm going to kill you. You'll scare her off. She's got a husband, and I've got a partner, and I both would like to kill me after. Probably. It's a good theory. That's it. Keep the peasants weak. Look, it's only going to be an hour because she's got some sort of meeting in a consultancy right after, so she can only spare an hour. She said she will do more stuff with me down the track. So, yeah, we'll have more opportunity. So it's 1 hour, and then I'm going to try and suck her into a live stream as well, where we can ask her even more questions and get a few more pearls of wisdom out of her. She's great as information. And it's basically like getting it, the old saying, getting it from the horse's mouth, getting it somebody who directly has seen and recorded these things. And that's what we need. We need that sort of stuff. I've actually eaten insects in Asia. So I have. Bjorn, good to hear. Yes, I think she would blush. She's a beautiful lady and a very smart, intelligent woman as well. It did, actually. It basically did. Very well put. Yes, it absolutely did. I blame Blinky for all this. It's your fault, Blinky. You've basically set a new low standard. It is to be expected. I thought basically Alex was keeping you under control, but it seems like he's given up. Thanks, mate. I'll try to do my best. Yes, exactly. Yes. You need to be a strong, firm, but not an idiot, not an abusive. That is what children do. They are abusive and uncontrolled and can't control their emotions because they are children. True men are strong and able to control their emotions. Not excessive, as long as you can go overboard. But usually if you get enough fat soluble vitamins in there, like retinol from your diet and all that, it's unlikely you will get into toxic levels by sunbaking and eating foods that are rich in it. Even if you basically were to do 50,000 IUs every day, you're getting enough retinol to balance it out and you're getting enough menaquinone 4, it's not going to be an issue. But I don't recommend those high because it is a hormone after all. And I usually say, okay, you're fine. Just get enough from the sun, get it from the food and stuff like that, or be on a 5,000 IU dosage in the winter. Now, you get sick. Your immune system is going to be upregulated and out there ready to charge the enemy viruses and whatever other pathogens. At that point, you want to go up for a while to 50,000 IUs or whatever in order to basically nip it in the bud. So, yes, he doesn't recommend all the time. He recommends specifically, and it's nuanced. So, yes, let's support the immune system because that is the best way to do it. It's simple. Even they knew that even in medicine in the old days, before the vitamin stuff existed, they used to wheel all the sick people out of the hospital into the courtyard so they could be exposed to the sun and get their vitamin D levels up because they knew it was healing. The old doctors. Now, unfortunately, the doctors have been brainwashed and controlled by Big Pharma, and everybody's inside in an air-conditioned environment, avoiding the sun and being medicated continuously and heavily. So, yes, they got no hope. Anyway, yes, it is, but it's good quality. So, do you value your health, Alex? I don't trust many of the other brands, unfortunately, where they actually do the right thing and process it the traditional way. So it's it's the equivalent of basically, do you want basically cold pressed, or do you want it cooked or damaged or oxidized oil or whatever? You like the olive oil thing. It's something equivalent. And especially with omega-3s that are in there, omega-3s have more double bonds, and so they are much more prone to oxidation. So, no, you do not want to take chances. I mean, omega-6s are bad enough. Omega-3s are even more vulnerable to oxidation and aldehydes. That is why, Alex, you want to pay the extra dosh to basically avoid getting crap that could potentially cause you harm and oxidative stress. Oh, yes, blinkers. Those bullfrogs in Australia are crazy. Yes, they are. I think they are going to conquer Australia soon. God help us. Makes a person want to knock himself off. No more blinky in my life. It's probably a radical way to go, but if he was to conquer the whole Australia, it'd be a miserable place to live in. I'd have to move to New Zealand. Oh God, become a Kiwi. Fuck me. Oh God. Somebody kill me. Make sure Bart doesn't hear that. Oh, he keeps on reminding me. I'm half Australian. Oh, yes, you are, Bart. Yes, you are. But you still love sheep. Anyway, that's an inside joke between us and them. Why isn't this moving? Why is this going the other way? Scroll. What is going on? Yeah, you're like a fucking cane toad. Toxic. Oh, well, bit of probiotics. Hey, that's what you'd feed the vegans. I'll have the meat, you can have the poo. A bit like the re-ingestion that the chimps do. Oh yes, could be a treat. Yeah, I'll probably give Blinky a miss. He's probably toxic as. Yes, definitely needs to be whacked with a cactus plant. Yep. G'day, Trouble. What's Bird say? People are trying to run over as many as they, as they could with their cars. Yeah, they've missed Blinky. Poor aiming. Absolutely poor aiming. Please watch every true and funny video of Big City Mum, what health and diet was like under communist regime. Traditional diets favour carnivorous eatings, still in Polish Carnivore NYC. Okay. Look, in different countries around the world, probably because of the way the Eastern European regimes were, they were more focused on the politics, less on the food and stuff like that. So they really left the food culture alone to a large extent, which was a good thing, actually. So for them, food was just basically feed the people, and they'll leave you alone as long as they're not starving. They won't rebel. So they weren't focused as much. We're in the West because we had a whole lot of big pharmaceutical companies, big food companies and all that, where profits were the main game. Obviously, something that similar to a tribal society you don't get in Eastern European. So, I mean, there was still, even in Eastern Europe, let's be honest, there was still a profit motive. They still had to make money. They still had to make some sort of, in that regard, but it wasn't basically, it all went to the, to party apparatchiks and stuff like that, to that elite. But, in general terms, their focus was on other industries, military, the heavy industries, all this sort of stuff, energy, primary. They weren't really, the foods were very much in their supermarkets and everything else. I remember going in what year was it? I actually ended up going to the Czech Republic. I went through parts of Europe and I went to the Czech Republic. This is when the Eastern European was basically, the old communist system. And then I went to Moscow. I had a great time in Moscow with some of the taxi drivers. Fucking hell, they used to drive like mad all over the place. Absolutely didn't follow any of the rules, so you think, I mean, there was better rule based in the West compared to, so, I mean, you think the people that only had to fear the leaders in those countries were the people that were very close to power. There could be the opponents, but the average person now that didn't really care. They just, the system just wasn't working for them, but they weren't, I went to pubs and all that, didn't have anybody following me or anything like that. So I never experienced any of that. I mean, I wasn't a journalist, so they didn't have to follow me or keep an eye on me or whatever. But I remember buying shitloads of vodka. I mean, I had one guy crate vodka bottles to my room. Oh, one of my mates, he was basically from, he'd come down to Hobart, but where was he originally? I think he was from Adelaide originally, I think. Anyway, but basically, yeah, he was a fucking heavy drinker. So was I back in those days. Yes. So yeah, and the foods were still traditional. You went to restaurants and all that; it was still made the old traditional way. A bit like in Greece. Even Greece has never really, the food industry hasn't dominated Greece because it's not an English speaking country. It's not one of the other sort of Western countries that have become more English. Whatever a country becomes very English speaking, what happens is all these, McDonald's and all these companies come in a big way into those sort of cultures. When they're not, it's much harder to penetrate those sort of cultures because they're going, well, you're foreign, your stuff doesn't make sense. It looks crap, So people have no interest. And like Greece, Italy, those sort of countries, were never influenced as much, Probably the biggest problem with the Arabs was that they introduced a lot of soft drinks. So not a lot of their foods changed as much, but a lot of the soft drinks came in because alcohol. Muslims can't drink alcohol. So basically soft drinks just took off like mad. That's what's created an epidemic in diabetes. Before the soft drinks, there was just more starch and stuff like that. Yeah, starch you can get, with glucose. If you eat excess glucose, you'll get fat. You'll create subcutaneous fat. But you need to eat fructose in large amounts to actually drive visceral fat and all that. And, that's what soft drinks do. So different countries have experienced different things due to what could penetrate into their society and what couldn't. But I do know what you mean. Still there's a lot in the Eastern European countries, still some of the traditions. They are being eroded as more big McDonald's and all this are starting to come into these countries. Some countries are resisting. Poland is. I think Hungary and a few others are resisting this sort of enclave of kibble food coming in from the West, which is a good thing. Good luck to them. I hope they can keep most of that junk out, that crap. The rest of us that are in the West, we're sort of literally bombarded and inundated by crap and kibble, we're fighting to basically just keep alive the right to basically eat meat. That's how bad it's getting. So, it's becoming worse than the old communist regimes in the West. If the vegans have their way, they'd basically have us all on fucking kibble. So it's not looking good. Yes. Nothing like oxalate dumping and candida die-off. Yes, we've all experienced some of those sort of things. I think I've had a horrendous experience from oxalate dumping. I remember one day I got up, I went to the toilet, I had pain in my kidneys, pain in my bladder, and it just came out all foamy. And then I just basically I had some lemons, luckily, and I just went through those. And I still had some old apple cider vinegar, which I hadn't thrown out, luckily. So I consumed all that. And in the next couple of days, until I ordered some citric acid, everything sort of settled down. It was just horrendous. So I know what oxalate dumping is like. It's not fun. And I wasn't looking forward because I'd already been in the hospital 3 times due to kidney stones. And the last thing I wanted to go in a 4th time, had 2 operations, 2 kidney operations for kidney stones and one where it did come through eventually. But not a happy experience, let's put it that way. And since I've basically gone highly carnivorous, and got rid of all the spinach and all that crap, the seeds and a lot of the nuts, which are very high in oxalates. Once I got rid of that, I don't have any nuts at home or seeds or anything like that. Once I got rid of all that, and even dark chocolate, occasionally I've had, I've at a friend's place and they got a bit of chocolate and I may have a bit. Occasionally I can sort of succumb to chocolate here or there, but I try to keep it out of my system because it is high in oxalate and I have suffered in the past and I should know better. But sometimes we are humans and we forget at that moment and then we realise, oh, what did I just do? Yes, we are weak sometimes. Cheap mince and eggs are cool. Yeah, pretty much. It's got a lot of fat. It's nearly a 1-to-1 nearly. Eggs, really good combination in terms of all the phospholipids, choline and everything else, which is really good for the brain. So, yeah, it's good food, a really good food combination. The old bodybuilders, steak and eggs, great stuff. Yep, it's the utilization at the end. All animal foods are very high bioavailable, anywhere between the 90 odd to 100%, all of them. It's the utilization. So out of that protein pool, how much is going to get into your muscles? See, protein can be used for other purposes. So a portion of that will go into your muscles, and some of it will actually be used for things like enzymes and all sorts of other things. That's why you need extra protein. It's not only for your body. This sort of nonsense, this RDI that you only need this amount, 0.8 or whatever, is just nonsense. That's just to cover your needs. This is how stupid these experts are. What about your enzymes? And if you're on a kibble diet, you even need more enzymes, because you're actually burning through enzymes like mad. This is why they lose lean muscle mass, people on a kibble diet. And this is why they waste away. And this is another reason why they become obese, because their metabolic rate comes down because they've got less lean body mass. As I've said even before, I can't remember who asked me about lean body mass again. If you want to basically... you've got a plateau, you're not losing weight and all that. You want to lose weight, up your protein. You need to get more lean body mass built. Remember the thing that I did with the rats about the amount of protein, high protein that doesn't cause damage to the rats? What did it do? It literally eviscerated. That means got rid of all their fat stores to nearly very low levels. So they were on a 70%, basically no carbs, 70%, 30% fats. And basically they literally had enough fat for the endocrine system and all that, but the 70% protein. And what happened was, within those 30 years, equivalent human, which is 1 year rat year, their kidneys became bigger and capable of handling that extra protein. They became stronger, tougher, and all that. And on top of that, they leaned out like mad. So you want to get rid of a plateau? Just take a look at Kelly Hogan. She's an example of a woman that, steak, just steak, nothing else, just steak. And she burned away her whole fat. So high protein, lower, she burned away. It's the best way to actually get rid of a plateau and rapidly. When bodybuilders cut, what do? They up the protein, cut out the carbs and the fats, and start pumping iron to basically literally, cut. Or, to lose a lot of, very rapidly they do it, obviously because they're for competition. Humans don't need to do it that rapidly, but because you can yo-yo back. But at the same time, if you're careful when you do it, you pace it and all that, yeah, you'll come down. And I know Honest, because she interacts with me sometimes, and we have so Honest basically does it that way as well. So she's told me exactly what she does, and she says, I'm lean as. So as a lady, she's a taller lady, but she's lean as, because she does sort of that. But she's fat adapted, so it doesn't worry her. So the problem is all these people that say, I can't handle a lot of protein and all that. It's because they're not fat adapted. That's why I always say to people, if you're not fat adapted, first become fat adapted and then go higher protein and then cut, because your body needs to be fat adapted. So you up the fat and all that, because you're going to raise, your metabolic rate as a consequence. And also you have to up your, resistance training and basically weightlifting and other things like that as well, because they will help. I mean, some people don't want to lift weights. They can do resistance training. They can get like cords or bands and literally pull on them or stuff like that, or other things. So different people do different things in that regard. But all these things help in building muscle. The whole thing is you want to raise your metabolic rate, increase your lean body mass, increase your muscles, basically, is the word. This is why bodybuilders can be so insulin sensitive. So more glycogen stores. So yes. And they will utilize more fat and sugar in those bigger muscles. Obviously, women can't do it to the same degree, but nothing like making a bit of cheese. Yes. I hope you're enjoying yourself, Richard. Okay, so you're really high. That is quite high. That's outside that normal band. You got to be, you don't want to be that high. And I suspect you went that high because also probably not enough fat-soluble vitamins of the others, probably not enough retinol in your diet. So you can sort of rectify that very quickly with something like cod liver oil or a bit more liver, stuff like that. So, or basically cut back on your vitamin D consumption, because I've always said to people, and I've said it multiple times, you only up your vitamin D if you've got, remember even the COVID, what I say, only when you get COVID do you up your vitamin D. Otherwise, you stay around the 5,000 IUs in winter. And the rest, when you're in summer, you get it from the sun. There is no way you'll go into danger zones if you do that. If you basically supplement heavily, you will go. And I don't recommend high supplementation unless you've got a reason, like an infection, like COVID, or like the flu or something like that, or a cold. I usually will go from, now, I don't take any vitamin D because it's summer here. I get it from the sun. And when I have some sort of respiratory or whatever, even a mild stuff, I go really hard, 50,000 I use for 2-3 days, gone. So, and then no more. And in winter, I do the same thing. I'll go from 5,000 to 50,000, or possibly even 100,000 because it's winter and my stores will be slightly lower. So, and I usually have in winter all my menaquinone 4 as well to take when I do that. I need to check the date on that as well now that I remembered it, because I may need to replace it because I don't take it continuously, because I get MK4 now from Brie and all these other sources, eggs and whatever. But usually when I'm dosing high, like tomorrow, and if I'll do probably a high dose, then I'll throw in a bit of menaquinone. That'll be it. I'll just do it for one day. I don't feel that, just in case there's something, just to nip it in the bud if there is. Don't know. Could be nothing. Could be just one of those things, dust or whatever. Mother's having low fatty diets while pregnant, I think. Yes, very much so. That was the autistic thing. Yes, very, very much that. Vitamin D is a big one with autism, I believe, because I can see it in sort of populations that move from the tropics that never had autism. They haven't really changed their diet radically, and autism appears in great numbers. That's not accidental. That's a vitamin D. Vitamin D plays a big, big role in that regard. So, yes. Anyway, hello. I've been infected with a bacterian bug again. Oh, that's not good. Sam, how the fuck did that happen? What's your take on a mouse study with results indicating compared a mouse to a normal or high starch diet? I'd have to see the study in that regard. Rats are very different. I mean, you try to get a mouse into ketosis is nearly impossible. You nearly have to go zero carbs. You really need to go low protein, and you nearly have to nearly go 100% fat in order to get it into ketosis, because naturally it doesn't go into ketosis. Doesn't need to. Doesn't have a big brain to support, so it doesn't need to do that. So there's no physiological requirement for it. So it's a very different animal. So, and rats do eat grains. They go into grain silos and stuff like that. So they are they're omnivorous. They eat both meat and grains and whatever. They're opportunists. So rat studies are very useless, mate. It's when it comes to diet, they're pretty useless. The things that they're useful for is things like, if you put somebody on a high protein diet, will their kidneys suffer? No, because a rat is on a low protein diet traditionally, normally. You put on a very high protein diet, you're putting it beyond its physiological limits, and still it's okay. You're putting it to levels that are carnivorous, and it's still okay, which tells you something, that protein is not harmful, even in an animal that is not designed for high protein. That's why I use that study, because it's a slam dunk. People can't argue that, because they can say, oh, yes, in a rat. And I go, well, rats aren't actually designed for high protein diets or high fat diets, or, high animal fat diet. They're designed for more, a mixed, more, some carbohydrates, some fats, and some proteins. They're not really designed to handle large amounts of protein. They're just not. They don't even have the enzymes to handle it like we have. But still, they do fine. So, and that's 30 years, which is one generation. 33 years is one generation. So 30 years equivalent is not bad. And that's the way you hammer something, So, when it comes to bugs and stuff like that, it's unfortunate. There are certain medicinal things you can do. Vitamin D also helps get your levels up if they're low. But when it comes to sort of these sort of stupid rat studies and food and stuff like that, they tell us nothing. So, yes. Oh, God, love this one, how it pops. And okay. Yes. Blinky's 7 Deadly Sins. Yes, very much so. Studies have noticed high autism, ADHD rates in C-section babies too, because mother isn't passing the bacteria during. Yeah, there is some truth in that as well. There is some, because some of those bacteria, those beneficial bacteria, are also responsible for a number of the B vitamins, and some of the, so they're quite important in that regard. It's the stuff that, I talk about, getting the B vitamins for 3 months and sort of trying to restore your gut microbiome. Gut microbiome plays a role as well. That's true. Your second brain is in your gut, and your immune system is in your gut. So autoimmunity, dysregulation, malabsorption issues of fat-soluble vitamins can happen due to a very pathogenic. A lot of these kids as well that come out of C-section tend to have also higher pathogenic bacteria and more disrupted gut microbiome. They tend to be on more antibiotics in younger age because of that. I've known kids in one of my work colleagues as well that had similar issues with his younger daughter. So again, due to that sort of stuff. So yeah, it can be an issue in that regard. So it's our modern world really that we've really just stuffed up a lot of things. And then these kids aren't breastfed enough, and to get a lot of the the important nutrients. And it's not only taurine, which is important, but there is a lot of people don't realize. I'm trying to remember now how it's a number of orders in magnitude. So your lactoferrin from women's breast milk compared to even cow's breast milk is much higher. I think it's 2.5 times or something, or 2.4 or whatever. I can't remember now. It's a while, but it's much higher, which basically means is that we need those substances in mother's milk. We need the bacterial stuff to come through to support that microbiome, to support that. Because remember, kids when they're born, they're basically born with a leaky gut. The mucosal, the actual junctions aren't there. They're pretty much open, very exposed. That's why kids should be on basically, breast milk. Sorry, but, to the feminists, but that's what they should be on. Biology is biology. They should be on that for far longer than they usually are. Even my cousin knew that. He's a doctor. He's a specialist doctor. And his wife was struggling a bit. And he basically got a machine to basically help her get milk, out of her breasts. So to pump it out. And then give it to the child, because he knew how important it was. It's not as if they don't. Sometimes this is an annoying thing that I notice in the medical community. They say, because of the standard of care, bullshit. Tick the right boxes, don't make waves, keep your career and your job. But when it comes to their own families, they are very proactive in making sure that that child gets enough, of the mother's milk, and then they're weaned on to a number of the animal foods and stuff like that, because they know it's so important, So yeah, do they know it? So I sometimes, smile because I know they know it. Duck Fat Harry. Where's a good Australian brand? I don't know of an Australian brand. It's a French brand. I can't even remember the damn name. I know because I've thrown out the jar, so I can't even tell you what the name is. Next time I'll get it, I'll actually show you the jar. So I'll probably get some next week or maybe the week after, depending. I don't really need any at the moment, but when I do get some, because at the moment I've been eating a lot of fucking seafood. I still got shitloads of seafood in my fridge, and and then I'm I'm taking a bit of a rest from seafood at the moment to be polite, so you can only have so much. And I do actually, the thing that I haven't actually bought recently is octopus. Actually, I'll have to talk to Sean about Easter. We're going to do a few things. Maybe on that other day when we were talking, maybe we do octopus anyway. It's another thought. Yes. That's true as well. That's free comedy. Don't ban the free comedy. Yes. The sort of madness, especially Gregor on his machine. Fuck it hell. God, what a Fruit Loop. That's true as well. Yes. I mean, we like to joke and all that sort of stuff, but at the end, they are humans after all. And the proper thing to do is, they just misguided. They've lost their way. Treat them accordingly. Yeah, look, some of them probably, will probably go to an early grave. Some of them have, like that 40-year-old vegan that literally, so obstinate, kept religiously to what he was doing and killed himself. So at the age of 40, heart attack and gone. So yeah, that's the sort of level of cognitive dissonance. Not all of them are like that. The majority of people sort of are not. There's those few staunch troopers or fanatics of the vegan kill cult. But the majority of people are not like that. And eventually they do move on. So basically, Jules is probably right about that, but yes. He's an ex-vegan. Yep, that 40-year-old vegan was definitely an ex-vegan. Yes, unfortunately. Poor bastard. Yes, nothing like a bit of stimulation of the sympathetic nervous system. Yes. Do you know what actually tempers the sympathetic nervous system down? Oh, you wouldn't guess. My favourite amino, taurine. Yes, it increases GABA and increases the parasympathetic. Anyway, illegal sneeze. Yes, you're right. It is. It should be made illegal. Shouldn't sneeze. I should be muzzled. I should be wearing my mask. Why am I not wearing my mask and sneezing? Oh, God. I'm surprised that Blinky hasn't made a remark in that regard and say, why aren't you wearing your mask? He's after all, he's a frog, He's a bit of a misanthropist. Nor should it be Carnivore Donna prove it's a hybrid abnormal. It's an excretion, a bee excretion. We will be talking about that, and there'll be some interesting things to discuss in regards to honey and that sort of question with Mary. And I think you guys will find it very, very interesting. This particular vegan said the N15 science was the same as flat earth science. Yeah, only he would know, or she. Yeah, who else would know that crap? Yeah, bloody hell, what a joke. It's in the bones, in the collagen. It's an isotope measured in. It's impossible. Anybody can do it. I can get the bones, put them through the same machine, get the same result. Somebody at the other side of the planet, that's replicatable scientific proof. That's not flat earth. That's something you can replicate. The sun comes up and goes down every night on the axis as we're rotating, and these people still believe that crap. Yes. That's the problem when a lot of these people, because if you look at most of the people that are sensible, they've come. I'm not saying that all ex-vegans are nutty or anything like that. It's only a small segment, but a lot of this flat earth, a lot of this also nonsense has come from these sort of occultist, sort of paganistic cultist type faiths. If you take a look, Adolf Hitler was a vegetarian, and some of the supporters were sort of tended in that regard. Some of the radicals, some of the far right and far left, because they may disagree amongst themselves, but they're pretty much very similar in the sort of thinking in many regards. I mean, even Hitler basically wanted to create a socialist utopia, but he just basically believed in a transitional state, no different than the other side. So let's be honest. And at the end, he basically ended up getting he had Parkinson's disease, Hitler, and his hand used to sort of tremble and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what his vegetarian diet did for him. So they have had these crazy notions are not new. I mean, if you take a look at all these sort of societies, these sort of crazy, weird societies, these sort of occultist societies and stuff like that. I mean, in my faith, in the Greek Orthodox faith, we've been warned against these groups because these groups are basically, the devil's henchmen, basically. So we've been pretty much warned about them. You don't want to have anything to do with them. So they may offer you riches of the earth, but basically damnation forever. So no thanks. And these are the sort of groups, and they tend to be in these organizations. They have these misanthropic attitudes, these views and all that. And they have these bizarre thinking and all that. It's all a cult. It's all Mother Earth and, the flatness and stuff like that. It's all that sort of notions and stuff like that. It's when you deify inanimate matter. It's what paganism is all about anyway. But this is the sort of cultist ideas that they had. They were all part of that movement. And even the far left has this sort of glorification of nature in the same sort of way. So they're very similar, very similar. If you take a look, very much pro-ecology, pro-environment and all that. Hitler was all part of that. And most of the left today is very much orientated in the same way. They basically hate human progress. They hate humans. They think we're the scourge of the planet. And they have this, sort of violent view that they are special and the rest of us are scum and we should be sorted in that regard. So it's why you hear the vegans talk in the sort of this misanthropic way where they disvalue life. They hate life. And you can see they hate their own life. They hate other people's life. They want to destroy and kill and maim. And that is their whole notion. They can't, they basically hate everything in such a way that they fall into this sort of crazy sort of thinking. So, yeah, they basically embrace evilness in a sense. Some of them without realizing it, and they are victims, of their own, ignorance. And they are the ones that usually, eventually, when their health goes to shit, they wake up to themselves and say, what am I doing? And, they sort of come back to the light, go away from that evil way of living and thinking and hating other people. They stop hating people. The thing is, what I noticed the most with vegans isn't that they come back and they feel better, but they're not assholes anymore and hating people. You don't see them, vitriolic towards other humans, which is when they are basically, in this sort of far left, far right, or vegan or vegetarian or whatever. They are cultists. They absolutely hate everyone else. So yeah, they're very dark in that regard. And so, people of faith, should be wary of these people, their leaders in particular. The people that follow them, they're just victims in many cases. They can still be saved, from this sort of demonic cult, misanthropic cult, because that's what it is. It's literally the hatred of what we are. So yeah. Anyway, sort of went a bit. Yes, let's bring it back to the more humorous side. I sort of have some deep feelings about these groups and these people and how dangerous and how they think. Yeah, very dangerous for our species and humanity. They, I do fear for the future generations. That's why I talk like that. It's not because I don't. I worry too much about that sort of stuff. This is what keeps me coming onto doing these live streams, talking to you guys. It's not the money, guys. I'm not interested. I'm fine financially. I don't need, I've got a good pension set up, everything. I'm fine. I can retire, I can walk away. I don't need to do any of this. I come here because I'm trying to help people, trying to provide information and basically, sound the warning about these groups. They are dangerous people and they don't love us. They basically either want to use us or discard us, and it's a worry. And their far right and far left acolytes and stormtroopers are just as bad as each other. So, yes, they may seem attractive, but, the allure of the demonic, is just that, unfortunately. Why would you eat that crap? That's what I love about babies. You give them crap like vegetables, and they go, "I'm not eating that shit." They know that it's crap. Did I lose my spot? Am I actually at the same question? Oh, you must have asked me a second time. I don't think it's a good idea. Too much, It's not gonna harm you, but every day, because remember, it's low. Dairy products are low in iron, so you definitely want to be getting a much more diverse diet. There's a lot of sugars in that can definitely create a plateau. If you're lean and all that, yep, that's fine. You can have extra yogurt, but if you're not and you're trying to lose weight and you're plateauing, the extra, that could be affecting it. So, yes. Yes. Yes, cotrogens and sulforaphane. Just think of that excessive sulforaphane hormetic bomb. Yes, nothing like it. Absolutely. I need more. I need to basically up my hormesis. I don't get enough. I need to wrap myself with EMFs. I need to really boost my hormesis. I'm basically deficient in hormesis. It's a crazy world, isn't it, Bjorn? Yes. Our ancestors would look at us and say, "You're doing what? You're guzzling down this garbage? For what?" Yes. Rhonda Patrick has a lot to answer for that sulforaphane garbage. God almighty. I used to make raw veggie smoothies. God, did you go that far? Shit. That's like a horror show. Yeah, I bet your stomach loved you for that. God. I used to every bloody morning when I was doing keto, spinach, a whole bag of spinach with bacon and eggs. The bacon and eggs were fine. The spinach was the crap in there. And I would cook that or make omelettes with spinach in it. A whole bag full, Talk about 150 grams, Fuck me, the amount. And no wonder I suffered so much from oxalate dumping for that long. I think I've got rid of it all. I haven't had an episode now for some time, so it seems to, there may be still a bit residual there, still coming out here or there, but it's being managed. But, God, yes. I bet it did. I bet he didn't test himself. It was too expensive to test himself. Oh, God, he was funny. Anyway, he's gone now. He's still gone, hasn't he? He hasn't come back. I don't know. I haven't looked. See, period. I used to have oatmeal. Actually, I used to have cutter. I thought I was going to be smart, and I had raw, organic, steel cut. I mean, really high quality steel cut, expensive oatmeal. What a wanker I was. Yes, I went through that oatmeal period as well a number of years back. Yes. Friggin' hell. We've all been through the same part, trying to get, and then eventually getting to a species appropriate diet. It's taken us a while. Yes, I know. Oh yeah, the farting. God, I used to. The flatulence. Yeah, I remember that. Even on when I did a much lower protein, higher vegetable type, keto type for a period. Oh, the amount of flatulence and farting and. Even a mate of mine, my mate Sean, my brother Sean, he used to basically say, "What the fuck's the matter with you?" And he was right. I was just having. I didn't know. I just just having more veggies. Yeah, exactly. Fucking crazy the things that we do. Yeah. You had a lot of. You guys. There's a lot of rain coming through on the east coast, isn't there? I hear. You should have come down to Tassie. Actually, one of my mates is actually not one of my work colleagues. His sister-in-law flew down because she did the right thing, get away from all the rain in Sydney. So he's quite heavy, I hear. Yes, you cannot basically doubt beyond vegan logic. Nothing like vegan logic. If you're not getting a couple of farts in the day, there's something wrong with you. Must be something wrong with me now. Go fuck yourself, Blinky. It's been quite smooth, mid-20s, comfortable, nice, warm, but not too warm. Comfortable, mate. Not sweating my asshole out like you are. How the legs? Putting them on the tarmac. Are you roasting? Pretty much. And I know you're in Queensland, in southeast Queensland. So, yes, it'd be pretty horrendous at the moment. I've seen some images, but, I don't really watch much TV anymore. I don't bother. It's all crap. Yep. Primarily a lot of our beef, the grass-fed beef, is in the north, parts of the north, and on King Island. Cape Breton is pretty well known. There's some down in the south, Huonville, in those sort of areas. There's some down there as well. And the rest is basically sheep, primarily sheep. Some goats, not a lot of goats. Bruny Island's got some goats. So it's a bit of a mix mash here and there. But outside the Greater Hobart area, it's primarily sheep. There's a bit of pork, but not much. It's primarily sheep. Most of the pork comes from the southwest in Tasmania. So it's down further south from Hobart. And that's where I get all my cured type pork, the farmers market that comes into Hobart. They usually come from down there, and a lot of the pork is basically like ethically raised, grass fed, and all that sort of stuff. So a bit more pricier, but it's good quality stuff. The nice thing about it is the fat. Just the density of the fat in the actual bacon. It's just really nice. I know Ling last week, she actually grabbed, I didn't get a chance to go to the farmer's market, but she had gone down today and she got some really nice bacon. She actually sent me she SMS'd me an image and says, look at what I got. she really got some really nice bacon. I go, oh, shit. I should have asked her. I'll probably ask her next time to get me some. Anyway, move on. It's really hard now because I do the 2 programs and all that, and sort of it's sort of later and all that, and sort of tends to getting the amount of time, which is a big thing. But the nice thing about Tasmania, it's like New Zealand green, so it's fairly good. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, but remember, Bjorn, the US North America only represents 10% of the global beef. The majority of the beef around the world is not fed corn. Is not fed soy, corn, and stuff like that. It's because it's not subsidized. In other countries, the only stuff that they actually is all the leftovers, so all the stalks, or the actual. So when they take the grain, all the stalks and all the other shit that's left behind is they actually will go through and cut all that up, and they will sell that as a feed, as a filler, and hay. So you'll combine that with hay. Like even in Australia, you'll combine all the silage. It's called silage. So all the leftover stuff from the different productions, all the silage will be combined with hay and fed to the cows. Now, obviously, hay is grass that has been dried out. It's not as nutritious as normal grass, but it's a combination of this dried out grass, which is, you could say, it's the equivalent of a beef jerky of the grass, together with silage that's left over of the grain production system, the stalks and stuff like that. And these stalks and stuff like that tend to have less of the anti-nutrients and all the other stuff because it doesn't have the seed in there and stuff like that. Now, obviously, there's going to be some seed in there and some stuff like that, but it's not much and all that. It's basically all the stuff that's not fit for human consumption. But in North America, because of the policies there, the tax policies and the subsidies and all that, it's actually economical to basically feed massive amounts of corn and other grains because of the subsidies. So it's cheaper. So that's why they do it. Without the subsidies, if the whole world had subsidies on these things, every farmer in the world would be feeding, because at the end of the day, it's competition. It's money. I know it's the awful thing about it, but that is the truth. The Americans just subsidize to such a heavy amount. That's why their farmers do this. Not all their farmers do it. Some of them don't like it. They're against it. They want to basically, produce better quality. But, the majority just want the buck, and the majority are part of the big corporates, integrated into the big corporates, and, the corporates are only going to pay a certain price. So they need to they are forced to integrate themselves into that system. It's just unfortunate. That's the reality. It's just the way it is. Shit happens, as they say. But 90% of the isn't that sort of problem. So you up, Lukey? Fucking hell, mate. Yes, Angela. Lukey does a lot of good sunbaking. So I just missed it. I don't find any value in those studies, Sam. Honestly, I just don't find any value. It's just crap, Yes, that's what it sounds like. and truly agree. Exactly, brainwash sheep. Yep, pretty much. They're so brainwashed. Yes. It's not vegans, it's the vegan sort of ideology. It's the ideology that's dangerous. Most of the humans that are part of that are sort of brainwashed, you know, when they actually, most of them basically, when they realize how bad it is, they usually get out of it. But it's, but yeah, it is dangerous. They're definitely dangerous for humanity. Our species need a species appropriate diet. We know with pottingers, cats, you only need so many generations to make a species extinct, sterile. It is a dangerous situation we're in. We are actually increasing the sterility of humanity. We're actually killing the human race if we continue doing these misanthropic things to ourselves. That's the danger. This is why we're getting all these strange and bizarre diseases amongst young children. They've never existed. They are all bizarre. It's all part of this milieu of, this dangerous eating, this diet and lifestyle that's actually emerged in the 21st century. The latter part of the 20th century and the early part of the 21st century. And that is what is really threatening the health, the health integrity of the human species. And while people say, oh, it's only part of it, yeah, at the moment it is, but the rate of urbanization around the world, by the middle of this century, the majority of humanity will be living in urban centres, not in rural centres, in urban centres. And this is intensifying. You're taking a look at the big agribusinesses are moving into Africa. Even Bill Gates is all behind this. They're moving into Africa. They're moving all the GMOs over there. They are basically displacing all the traditional farmers and people like that. They're displacing the farmers that are, in these different places, and that you take a look at what I've said in the past, how the environmentalists and all these so-called have forced all the Bushmen of the Kalahari into shanty towns and out of these so-called national parks. So what they've done is they've gone, we're going to remove the predator who was the human in that environment, and we're going to stick you outside the national park in a shanty town so you can prostitute your women away, is exactly, because they're impoverished and all that. Well, we basically seal off these parks, so, and protect them. Bullshit. What they've actually seen in the last couple of decades is the complete erosion of those environments. It's because when humans were there, they were one of the major predators. They were maintaining the balance because they were keeping out the numbers down of certain animals that tend to basically, if they get in larger numbers, tend to basically damage and erode the environment. They used to take down big elephants and keep those numbers slightly down in some areas, and those elephants now that are growing in much larger numbers, they're causing much more damage. So we can't have them killing elephants. We can't have them killing certain other animals that also are in plague numbers. And that's what happens when you actually unbalance an environment. That environment goes to shit very fast. It requires a balance of predators and prey. And, and you also need the predators to push the animals along so they don't stay in one area for too long and degrade that environment. That's why we move animals from one paddock to another so they don't degrade one paddock, because they will. Unless they moved along, they were, so there are reasons why the ecosystems need predators. The the reason why the cycle of life and death and one animal eating another, there is logic to that madness, or as the vegans would consider it. I just see it as a normal, natural processes that are playing out. And then when you interfere with them, you get degradation of the environment. Same things happen in Australia. The Aborigines are all basically in these shanty towns. They're basically all alcoholics and whatever else. Not all of them, but you know what I mean. It's just a mess. They were put into a dependency system. And when you make somebody dependent and don't empower them and take away their power, their traditional power, what happens is they basically, they become, they lose their interest, their manliness, their sort of their spirit, their strength to command and influence their environment. And now we have no more Aborigines going out there doing these specific burn-offs that they used to do, and at the same time not keeping the kangaroo numbers down. So now we have plague proportions of kangaroos eroding the environment, eating everything out of control, and on top of that, basically, bushfires that are crazy because we've got far too much undergrowth because, we're not dealing with it in the traditional way and reducing that risk. And so we've created an absolute ecological mess because we've listened to these crackpot experts that have told us we need to remove these natives off the land because basically they are not good for the land. We need to protect the animals and, and basically put them on kibble, on westernized kibble, and destroy their health because they're even less adapted than anyone else. And that's what happens, and that's the sort of mess we're seeing. And, these big multinational companies, they will basically, if you take a look, most of the dictators that toppled most governments around the third world and developing world were basically American multinational food companies that basically wanted to control the food supply in those countries and got rid of certain politicians and put dictators in power to guarantee that they would get their cut. And that's exactly what's happened. And it's just getting on steroids now. Now, basically, they're moving in, they're cutting down the Amazon, they're displacing all these populations, killing them off, whoever's in their way, and just basically growing soy like there's no tomorrow and exporting it, so they can soyify the world. And this is what's happening. It's all about, they don't care. It's sort of, and the vegans are basically they're stormtroopers. They are the fifth echelon of the food industry. Basically the you could say something similar to a paramilitary sort of group organization, that basically are pushing and pretty much guilting the woke middle class into basically submission. I just hope that that the average person wakes up and realizes they've been had. Yes. One can only hope. We're talking about vitamin D. What are you guys talking about? Have I missed this conversation at all? I will, at one point, Melina, do something on vitamin D and look at some of the interactions, also free vitamin D and some of the others. I think there's a lot of people out there that are confused about a lot of things, and that would be a good video to do. I may have to bring it forward. It's to be done towards the end of the year, but next summer, but I may actually bring it a bit forward. Should it, Dom? Look, I know I've had my mate in the past, he had his daughter basically injected and all that. because her levels were a bit on the low side. Look, there's a place for all this sort of stuff. You know, I just try to encourage people to get it the natural way, and if they have to go down the other path, then, you know, fine. You know, I understand. Zero. Absolutely nobody. Yes. Skin cancer was unknown. That's how crazy we were. Then Keto, then watching Amber, yeah, Dave and Paul Mason, yes. Me too. Very smart people. Doesn't mean that they've looked at everything, but they are very smart people. I think there's one in Europe as well, Dom. I think there is one in Europe. Somebody mentioned that there was an active form, and I know this. Some of the Spanish researchers in one of the COVID trials were actually able to get the active form in for one of their researchers. I think that's the one that I quoted, I think from memory, and they were injectable types. If I remember it, I'll pin it. But I just can't remember at the moment. Yes. Yes. You see that same sort of madness in. Sort of explains why there's a lot of madness and weirdness in those eccentric, wealthy people. Let's move on. You don't see that same madness and eccentricity in the average poor person. Yes. Yes. God. Yeah, exactly. That's the sort of time, that's the sort of highest. I think it actually starts a bit early about it's sort of when the intensity is it's about 11. You're right, on that, Lukey, but it's sort of, they say between 10 and 3 o'clock, but the most intense is between 11 and 2, but it's more intense the earlier you go. So 11 is going to be more intense than 2 and 1 and 12. So it's funny, I know it sounds funny, but actually the intensity of UVB will be stronger at 11 than it will be at 12, or 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever. So around 11ish, it tends to be really quite strong and intense. You notice that in the Mediterranean, even with farmers, I'd make sure about 10, 30, 11, they're all back in the village, because that's the sort of time that the intensity starts increasing. So, yeah, that's true, Dom. Yeah, when the solar noon is in your location. Yep, that's the word. Spot on. Yes. I know I've probably missed some people's questions and all that, and we've been all over the place and stuff like that and whatever. everybody's telling their little stories about different things. You're leading it, aren't you, Dr. Gregor? Ah, yes. One of these acolytes. Nutrient profile changes because of fermentation. Silage is not made from arable waste stalks. Sorry. Well, there is some stuff. I know a lot of the silage is basically the stuff that's in silos, and a lot of it is basically the leftovers. And there is some stalks, there is some grain, there is some stuff. It's a mixed thing from memory. I may not be, exactly right on that. I can't remember exactly, but it is that sort of stuff. And they do combine hay, and they do combine some of that sort of leftovers from the land as well. So it's a combination. As I said earlier, if you look at the feed, it is basically a mix of all that sort of stuff. I remember seeing a bag of that sort of stuff on somebody's farm, so I didn't go into the details of what exactly every single piece was, but it looked like basically, hay with sawdust. That's how it looked to me anyway, with some grains here and there. So that's what it looked. If I've used the wrong nomenclature, so be it. I did. As I said, I'm not a farmer. There are other people that are more experts in those sort of subject matters, and I sort of talk in general. So, that's why I use the word, mate. Spin. Don't quote me, because I'm very on those issues. They don't really interest me, to be honest. It's just that basically most of the stuff is, most of the corn and the actual stuff that could be, some of it could potentially go into in food supply, is primarily in the US. Cooked according to my living. Okay, yep. Don't know what I was right about. Thanks anyway, Dom. Yeah, I sort of have lost track completely of this whole stream to some extent. Yeah, gone on my rant. Yes, the Pottinger's cats and all that sort of. G'day, Shell. Yes, must be early there. Bloody hell. Yeah, I know they're grain stores. I know, but it's the silage that is all the leftovers. So what's sitting at the bottom, once they've taken the grain, and it's all that sort of stuff that's leftovers that they do, and they combine it with hay and stuff like that, and stalks and stuff like that. So I may not be using the right nomenclature for the terms, but it's a waste product. At the end of the day, it's a waste product of grain agriculture. It's not basically stuff that's fit for human consumption. So it's more that what I'm trying to say. I may not be using the right terminology or agrarian terminology, because I don't really know it that well. So it's simple as that. Yep. Fair enough. I don't drink distilled water. Spring water is pretty, but almost the best quality. Less deuterium. Actually, when it comes to water, it's usually the higher the elevation, it tends to be less deuterium. Maybe another reason why people living in mountains live longer as well. The fractionation, high UV. More experts in silage. I'm glad to hear. Good to know. Thanks. I'm not. So my knowledge is, very, very rudimentary. Let's put it that way. Spin very bloody rudimentary when it comes to stuff like that. I've just seen stuff like my mate Andrew that I talk about sometimes, that I went to Europe and around, a few places, stuff like that, and he came from a Central Highland sort of farm. They had basically sheep. They ran sheep. And so, I could see that sort of stuff. It was sort of hay and silage and stuff like that, and in these bags and whatever else they used to dump out off the back of the ute. And it just looked like sawdust in hay, to me from a distance. So, as I said, I'm not an expert. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Ah, yes. Nothing like a bit of oxalate juice. Yes, you missed the question about why sucrose supposedly improves insulin sensitivity. But I don't mean to bug you with it. It's just quite believe that all carbs are the same. Look, that if you go back to my chat with Pim Johnson on the, what was it? It was the one that I actually did with her, which was, I think, on the food guidelines, I think it was called, or something around that sort of stuff. And I talk about the 1930s Walter Kempner research. Walter Kempner came out of Germany, and it was all about, because he basically had high sugar, like a high sugar diet, very low protein, 4%, 2%. I mean, even raw sugar he used to feed people. It's a bit like, it's like the vegan diet, Sucrose, or things that have got fructose in them, tend to not increase insulin. You don't get as much insulin spike from fructose. But when you combine it with fat, you will get a much more exaggerated insulin to glucagon effect because of the Randall cycle. So it all has to do with the Randall cycle. So if you are low fat, so all these studies about, low fat, where they say, we gave sugar, it's basically not engaging the Randall cycle. So if you give them a rat, a lot of sugar, very low fat, very low protein, you will not engage the Randall cycle, and basically they will be insulin sensitive. It's the Randall cycle. Simple as that. We know that. We've talked about it. Me, Bart have talked about it to nth degree. Carbs do not make you fat. Sugar, fat does not make you fat. The combination of fat and sugar in excess to your caloric requirements, that will engage the Randall cycle, and then you will basically store a lot of fat. That is why the highly palatable Western type foods, the processed foods, are very high in both sugar and fat. It's the Randall cycle. We've talked about it heaps of. The difference is that, yes, you can lose weight and you can become insulin sensitive on a deficient diet like the vegan diet or whatever, as long as it's not a mixed macro like the modern ones, which have got all the kibble and the oils and the sugars combined. All those vegans become fat because they're like the sad dieters. But anyone that's on the fruitarian diet, or just eating a lot of grains and a lot of tubers and stuff like that, those people lose weight because they're not getting enough protein, because they're not eating animal foods. What will happen is, over time, they will become deficient in micronutrients and deficient in high quality protein, and they will deteriorate, as we see the fruitarians do, and a number of these traditional, what I call the traditional vegan dieters. The modern vegan dieters that basically eat all the kibble and junk and all that, they just get fat because they engage the Randall cycle, no different than the sad dieters. Excessive calories of both fat and sugar in excessive amounts. So we've discussed this multiple times, Sam, plenty of times and all that. It's the Randall cycle. And we've said that a vegan diet, even a vegan diet like Walter Kempner, it's basically it may had some animal products, like the 4% protein came from animal sources, but it was still equivalent to a low protein, low fat vegan, fruitarian, or excessively high carbohydrate diet, and you will lose weight. You just have to look at freely or look at but you will deteriorate. You'll damage your endocrine system. You'll stuff yourself up in micronutrient deficiencies and stuff like that. It's not sustainable long term. Walter knew that. That's why he only put the people on 1 year and then put them back on a regular diet, getting them back meat and other things like that, because you can't sustain it. He knew that. The vegans just push through because of their fanaticism. They are fanatics. So they push through. They supplement heavily. They try to mitigate all these deficiencies and all these as much as possible. But in the end, they may be able to stretch it a couple of extra years. But in the end, they are done. They either die. The only problem is that they are around long enough to acquire more victims, a new generation of idiots that basically get brainwashed and follow the previous group. And it just goes, and it perpetuates, one group perpetuating the other. I mean, I shouldn't say idiots, I should say ignorant people, but, anyway. They are people after all, and we shouldn't demonize them, but because a lot of them are victims of brainwashing. They're not basically, they're sometimes some of the best people that are mavericks that don't want to basically follow the rules and stuff like that tend to fall in this trap. Why? Because they're looking for something, and it comes across as a bit, radical, a bit, unconformist and all that, and it becomes alluring. It's alluring in that sense, So something a bit more, regular, middle of the road, sounds a bit more conservative, a bit more restraint and all that, is not as alluring. It's boring, it sounds to these people. And that's why they get allured to these sort of extreme elements, especially younger people. It's just unfortunate. That's the reality. But pretty much, when it comes to insulin sensitivity, you will get it as long as you don't engage the Randall cycle, but you will get massive deficiencies. And also you will overtax your pancreas from high insulin and high water retention if you add electrolytes. That's why Kempner used to get rid of all electrolytes. So ultimately, do you know that even for your mitochondria to function properly, they need a pool of sodium in there? So if you're dumping a lot of these electrolytes out and you're at very much lower levels, these and putting a lot of high deuterium foods in the long run, this is why they get the brain fog. This is why they end up in bed and they can't even get out of bed. They've got so much damaged mitochondria. And that's why we call it the kill cult diet, because it stuffs your endocrine system up. It stuffs your energy up. It makes you a mess. I'm dealing with certain people that basically have massive mitochondrial damage because of doing the vegan diet for far too long. They didn't want to get out of it. So that's the reality, Sam. So it's just nonsense. The thing, just because you can achieve by not engaging the Randall cycle, you create all these other health problems. Humans never ate that way. We ate a species appropriate diet. That's what the N15 data says, unless you're basically a vegan flat earther. Yes, unfortunately, there are those weirdos out there. Yeah. There's always variations to the same theme. Tea. Yes. Get some of that CGC, what is it called? CGCG or whatever. Yes. Some hormesis and does well, it's an association. Whether it helps with senescence, I don't know. It's more of an association, some of that stuff. No, some of the other stuff that I said does help with senescence is more proven with some research, but whether the tea does or not, the jury is out on that one. Anyone know what's up with the beef between Garland Farm and Bart? Garland Farm has a bunch of hate videos towards Bart. All of a sudden, he's lost the plot. Basically, that's what's actually happened. What I think what happened is, look, I've been on with JD with Bart because we had. I mean, I remember I had a chat. Was it last year or the year? I can't remember now. It's been a while, but and I agree a lot with the regenerative farmers like JD and all that. So I don't have a problem, and so does Bart. Where our disagreement with JD, there isn't really a disagreement. Where the conflict arises is people like originally Sean Baker was, sort of in his early days, he's a doctor. I mean, he wasn't really, he didn't have knowledge about these regenerative farmers or anything like that. And in the early days, he was just trying to get unhealthy people in food deserts just to at least eat meat, and it didn't matter what meat. But as, Sean sort of matured and learned more about regenerative farming and learned about a whole lot of other things that he wasn't aware of, he sort of changed and moved along. But the problem is he hasn't moved along far enough for JD, which is weird. But anyway, that's another story in itself. Bart was last time JD came on, and Bart said to him, you got to stop basically going after other people in the carnivore community. He's sort of, because he sort of alluded, you can't go to war with everyone, because that's what Frank did. Went to war with everyone. That's just ridiculous. And pretty much I think the final straw for JD was when Bart was invited to Meet RX. He went on Meet RX, and after that, it was an all-out war from Garland Farms, JD. He started making videos against Bart. I wasn't aware of them because I'd seen some of his earlier stuff. The last couple of weeks I was quite busy, and then Bart got back to me and said, "Do you realise what's happening? He's actually having a go at me." And I go, "What?" And then I went and checked, and it was just crappy stuff. Because he even made one recently. Somebody told me made one of glycine. I know that I consume a lot of pork belly and stuff like that. So does basically Bart. So we get plenty of glycine, as I showed you earlier in that thing, because somebody asked me about collagen, and I showed you. And so that's another basically piece of beat up bullshit. You can get plenty of, and the body can convert as well. The body's like a Swiss Army knife when it comes to amino acids. It's got a lot of metabolic pathways, which he ignores completely. Most of these people on these studies are on SAD diets. That means they're not getting enough glycine because they're on a SAD diet. They're not eating enough protein. But if you're basically, the body itself can actually convert a number of things and produce glycine. If you give it enough, the actual stuff, it can actually do it in that regard. Where, using these sort of rat studies and using these, it's all associational. I actually went through and looked at it. It's a lot of association, a lot of reductionist science, where he was able to basically try and beat them over the head. Trying to say, well, you're not eating nose to tail, so you basically, your diet is deficient in other things, which is absolute crap. I can understand, even Bart agrees with me on this, that if somebody's come from is a highly deficient, they've come from a vegan diet or vegetarian diet or a SAD diet and they're highly deficient, they probably should go on a more nose to tail, liver and all these things and stuff like that to basically get their nutrition up, their micronutrient. But once you get it to a certain level, the micronutrient base required on a carnivore diet goes down. The only thing that goes up is riboflavin, and there's a reason for that. It's because our requirement for riboflavin goes much higher on a carnivore diet. But we can get shitloads. If you eat a big steak, you can potentially get up to 600% of your riboflavin needs. So the diet itself covers it, even though that's the only one that you really have to go high. The other thing is if you restore your gut microbiome, you've got a lot of extra B vitamins there anyway, which the diet will do as well. If you've got fat-soluble vitamins and all that, it will fix that. The big thing that actually plays a big in controlling and preventing collagen breakdown is basically fat-soluble vitamins. What diet actually provides the majority of fat-soluble vitamins to regulate the collagen-degrading enzymes, the MMPs, the matrix metalloproteinases? A carnivore diet, not any of the others. So, yeah. I've actually shown you rats also have collagen. When you give them massive amounts of protein, like up to 70%, they don't need glycine. They don't need basically any of this sort of stuff. They can produce it themselves, and a whole lot of other experiments. So, yeah, I don't know. He's on a warpath for whatever bloody reason, because he thinks that Bart is supporting Sean, and that's the whole reason, and he's got it in for Sean, and so anybody that's associated with Sean is basically the enemy. And that's why, and Bart's been quite nice. If he had a disagreement, he could have basically had a chat with Bart, but he basically is quite, he's decided it's his way or the highway. I mean, me and Bart actually do support regenerative agriculture. We live in countries where there's a lot of that around. We support it locally. He supports it in New Zealand. I support it in Tasmania. I buy from those sources. Bart does the same thing over there. So we don't support the big companies. We buy from locally. I mean, I've shown you stuff that I bought from the butchers down at Huonville that buy all the grass-fed stuff. We buy local stuff. I mean, Bart has gone out in certain places that he's shown me that he's gone out and they've actually bought stuff from, farmers markets. Pim does that as well. So they buy from their locality. They're not buying from big multinationals, from supermarkets. It's all crap. It's all lean crap and stuff like that. Pim hates that because he likes a lot of the suet and a lot of the fat and all that sort of stuff. So he's making shit up. Just because he basically went on MeatRx, now Bart became the enemy. So he has to beat up and create all these sort of straw man arguments to have a go at him. And it's just wrong. He's lost the plot, basically. I know that a lot of the cattlemen in his sort of community, or the people that are in the regenerative farming and all that, are under assault at the moment in America. A lot of the big businesses and all that are trying to squeeze these people out of business. I know it's hard trying to be a regenerative farmer in this sort of environment, but the thing is, to take it out on the people that are going to support you is ridiculous. He's sort of in this siege mentality, and he's sort of, if you're not a regenerative farmer, you're basically the enemy nearly. It's becoming really weird. I mean, even I've said, even though I support regenerative farming, I buy from those sort of people. I'm going to say that if somebody's in a food desert and, like in some parts of the United States and some parts of Europe and parts of the world, what would I say to that person? Don't eat the grain-fed food. Go and eat the kibble. I mean, what's going to be better for that person? It's not the best, the most optimal, but it's going to be a hell of a lot better. And that's all we're saying. We're not recommending it or supporting it. We're saying that if you're in that sort of environment, that is the best. That's the best alternative you've got. Some people can't afford regenerative farms, so we say that's the best. It has issues. Obviously, a lot of these animals, they're eating grains that got glyphosate. That's an issue in itself. At the end of the day, they still have their liver detoxing and bringing it down, so it's not as big a load as you would get from grains directly. But still, there are issues with a lot of that food production that goes through the big agribusinesses. But at the end of the day, if somebody's poor, somebody doesn't have good access and all that, what are you going to say? I'm sort of in the sort of campaign that we should support and actually subsidise good food, not bad food, which is what we've been doing for a very long time, and supporting people to create good food quality. So on that level, I'm with JD and people like that, like in Australia, New Zealand and stuff that are doing the same sort of stuff. But to basically then, just because Bart goes on MedRx, he becomes the enemy. Oh, now he's allied with Sean. God almighty. It's just ridiculous. And even Bart told me it's just ridiculous. He said, I don't know what's up with him. I haven't said anything. I haven't been nasty towards him. If he had a disagreement with Bart, he could have gone to Bart and actually had a discussion with him. But he didn't, Bart had him on a number of times on his channel. He's been always respectful and very nice to JD. He could have basically said, communicated with, had a Zoom session with him and said, look, and had it out with him and a discussion. At least then they could have put their cards on the table and all that, not go behind his back and start, putting all this sort of hate stuff and whatever else and trying to undermine, and even taking a bit of a snipe at Cerule, I noticed as well, and stem cells are an issue if you've got cancer, and I've mentioned that earlier, as well. That is an issue, and I've brought that up, and even Zombie Buck, had asked me once in regards to, and I said, in terms of cancer, you do not want to basically be taking any stem cells. You don't want to be doing any fasting. You don't want to do a number of things. In the early stages, maybe, but later, if it goes metastatic or whatever, you really want to just eliminate anything that the cancer can take hold of, because cancer can actually take hold of ketones, can take hold of free fatty acids, glucose, glutamate, all these things, lactate, whatever. It's an opportunist. You basically you can't actually close these pathways continuously, because you're going to die if you do. But what you can do is you can limit, and that's what that whole protocol was, to limit certain things, to basically then give the body a chance, improve the immune system, get your vitamin D up, try to get your immune system basically kill off the remainder, and then slowly eliminate the senescent stuff and improve the general situation. But most people are not in a cancer state, and if you're not in a cancer state, stem cell therapy, there's nothing wrong with it. But there are risks if somebody is in a cancer state or very highly senescent state. There are some risks, but there are risks with everything. Even fasting, if you're in that sort of state, that's not a normal state to be in. Somebody that gets to that state is very damaged and vulnerable. Even ketone bodies can be used by cancers. Yes, ketone bodies. That's the whole bloody thing, the argument coming from Ron Rosdale about mTOR and ketone bodies and all that. But at the end of the day, what ketosis does is actually create a very stressful environment for cancer cells. Then when you remove their two major foods, which is glutamate, with those glutamate inhibitors that I talked about, and sugar, the other stuff is very inefficient in getting to that stuff, and the normal cells can outcompete. And if you improve the immune system, then you can start getting more T cells out there and killer cells and all that to take out that cancer. That's how you deal with it. That's the protocol that I made to be able to provide hope for people to get around this sort of stuff. We don't need the nonsense, this reductionist and bullshit nonsense coming from JD, trying to undermine our community and trying to undermine, proper, I can come up with all sorts of stuff to, fabricate and, throw this up and throw that up. Am I trying to, is he trying to help people, or is he just trying to undermine people? Anybody can undermine anyone by using, selective, stuff. But, and most of it was associational anyway on sad dieters that would have had poor quality protein anyway status. So nonsense, absolute nonsense, unfortunately. But, these weren't people on a carnivore diet that he was looking at in these studies. Not one of them, not even on a keto diet. So, yes, that you have to basically pull up studies of people that are eating a protein insufficient diet, sad diet, and basically use them as a template to argue against a carnivore diet. What a fucking joke. Absolute joke it is. But the problem is most people wouldn't have looked at it like that. They would have looked at the way he said it Didn't go into the details, he uses specific, he would highlight specific sentences. Ignore the rest of the study, highlight specific sentences to make his point. Selective and nasty. That's what I would say. Nasty and vindictive. So and that's the reason why I had him as a featured channel for a very long time, and I took him off, because after seeing that, I go, this is not the sort of person that I want to associate with. Because Bart said, check. He told me about it. He said, look, do you really want to be associated with this person? I said, look, I'll go and check. And I went and checked his stuff. And once I saw what he'd actually, because I didn't know, I always give the benefit of the doubt to anyone. But once I saw that he was basically being very nasty about it and all that, I've had disagreements with Bart in the past, but I've never become nasty like that. And even on the PUFA thing, we had a few, because Bart was a bit more traditional, like the other low carb people in the keto community and paleo community, being very hostile towards PUFA, pork and chicken and stuff like that. But once I was able to lay out my cards and give him a good argument and all that, he accepted. He said, he's actually switched very much. He sort of sees there's not an issue with animal PUFA. Paul Mason's been in that direction for a very long time, which is a good thing. I wasn't aware of that, but somebody made me aware of it, that he had said something in that regard as well, which is good to know. But, I don't base my thing on experts. I look at thousands and millions of years where chimps grabbed piglets. Most of Europe had piglets. America was awash in lard and piglets. There was a whole city, in the Midwest that, Cincinnati, that basically the pork polis, sorry, that basically, supplied people, consumed. That was their major food. Nobody held the modern health problems we have today. So it's, and don't think that they were actually eating the highest quality stuff either, those pigs, because they were mass producing for many Americans at the time. But, weren't seeing any high cancer rates or cardiovascular disease or anything. So, most pigs are just fed the scraps. We know what. So, yeah, it's, there's something wrong with somebody when they become really vindictive and nasty, So in that regard, we can all have, we'll have slightly different opinions on certain things. I tend to have a view that genetics and regionality plays a role. What your ancestry ate has a bearing on what you should be eating as well, that not every carnivore should be eating exactly the same way. I do have certain differences in the way I nuance my things in terms of optimization. But I don't make a big issue about it, and I don't go around bashing people over the head about it either. Or, I'm respectful and accept that there are going to be disagreements between people on a number of issues. At the end of the day, what you guys decide, whether you want to agree with me, Bart, JD or whoever on different issues, that's up to you guys at the end of the day. It's not up to me. You're free agents, you're free people to decide for yourselves what you think or what you don't think. I'm just going to tell you what I think based on research that I've come about, because I'm more interested about the research. I'm not interested in bashing JD over the head or Bart or Sean or anyone. You even see me. I've done a bit of like clickbaity stuff, but I stopped doing it because I don't really like it, to be honest. I don't really care what other people sort of really. I'm more interested. I know it got it gets a bit of notoriety with people when I do it, but I don't enjoy it, to be honest. I prefer basically sticking to the science, sticking to stuff that works, trying to understand why something works and why it doesn't work, try and actually get the best way of dealing with things, trying to demystify things, or trying to basically show how BS certain things are and how the crackpots are just crackpots, and pointing out just the nonsense. I mean, you just have to see, the sort of the level of crap that's out there is just ridiculous. All these researchers, making claims, and then you look at their own stats, and they're the complete reverse. It's like that previous study that Bart showed. The actual, the odds ratios were completely reversed from what they were actually arguing. They were just lying through their teeth. Their data showed the complete opposite. How ridiculous, But this is the problem we have. Most people will not look at the data. They'll look at the actual conclusions. They don't even look at the abstract. They don't even look at what the study is doing or how it's designed or stuff like that, which they're supposed to say in the abstract. Some of them don't actually do it. I had, a couple of studies. One that was on. I can't remember now. It was one that I actually discussed with Bart, and we actually went through the abstraction. He said, that's not really much of an abstraction. He agreed with me. It was pretty piss poor in that regard. It didn't really tell us exactly what the study was about. You had to really get into it. And then they had a conclusion, which was sort of a bit speculative. And that's the problem, because these people are just basically trying to maintain academic tenure, trying to promote themselves, trying to get big note themselves, and over-exaggerate things. But you've got to look at the data. And if you don't look at the data, you basically miss most of the actual real, whether they saw something or didn't see something. But unfortunately, it's very easy to find selective things from a lot of the charlatans out there and then put it out and try and undermine other people. Anyone can do it. I can do it. Anyone, Bart can do it. But we don't. We basically go through this stuff and say, this is bullshit and this is the reason why it's bullshit. But these other people don't. They actually try to deliberately misuse and manipulate and set up a straw man's argument to have a go at other people that they disagree for whatever reason, or they've got an axe to grind because, you actually associated with that other person. How ridiculous, how childish is that? How fucking childish is that? So if I'm at work, for instance, and I associate with somebody who just, just on a not friends, but just basically acquaintances, immediately somebody else who doesn't like that person should not like me. Well, how fucking ridiculous is that? That's a sort of childish. He needs to grow up, basically. That's all I can fucking say. Grow up. There's plenty of people that are disagreeable in our society. You got to get used to, basically, that people are not going to completely agree with you on everything. And that's the reality. And so I don't make a big issue of it. I mean, most of you guys don't agree with me, or I don't agree with you guys on everything. It's just the nature of the beast. That's how we are. All humans have a different experience in life, the way we grow up, the way we experience our life, and the knowledge that we have and our perspectives on different things. That's the way we are, So if I don't put something out good enough to convince you, you probably won't agree with me on something. It's just the way it is. But then for me to basically sit around and bash your bag, or literally basically then go out and deliberately undermine you and stuff like that, that's just fucking childish and very vindictive, to say the least. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about it. I'm disappointed in him, but, he's a big child that never grew up. It's just the way it is. Ugh, fuck, I'm going to go right to the end. Yeah, I know. Yes. Keep at it. Trying to. Yes. I'm probably one of even Bart said he doesn't know how I can remember all this sort of stuff. And then at the same time, he goes, 100% with you on accuracy of information, Harry. I'm not always. I've actually missed a few things, but at least I've basically dobbed myself in to you guys and basically made it quite clear where I slipped up. That's what not a lot of people do on the interwebs, because they've got a persona. I don't give a shit, If you can't accept that as a human, I can fuck up sometimes. I can miss certain things. get, get influenced by what I call I dubbed it as the allure, as I said to Pim earlier, the allure of reductionism. It's very easy to go down that path. Like the CD38, which I thought, oh yeah, great, up the nice and, get the CD38 down and all that. And then I realized, oh, there's a protective mechanism here that I missed. And so I sort of wound back that a bit because I realized, there's a risk here. These people aren't ignoring completely, because CD38 is basically upregulated as you increase senescent cells. So maybe it's better to get rid of the senescent cells with some of these other stuff rather than basically try and up the NAD levels to much higher levels. Let's temper it down. And that's why then the niacin, I cut it from 250 to 125. I split the pill and only had half until I could get some of these other nutraceuticals to try and actually remove more of my senescent cells, which would naturally bring down the CD38 protective mechanism that everybody's trying to suppress and put themselves at risk potentially. I'm not saying it's going to cause them cancer, but potentially put themselves at risk. So some biohacking can be very dangerous and some reductionist thinking. So, the same thing happened with the boron issue. I realized, I had Christina, I think, was complaining and saying, well, I'm having these effects, I've stopped it. She was actually doing about 6 milligrams, which I didn't recommend. She knew that, but at the same time I said, stop it, and she stopped it. She could go back to 3. 3 is okay. A couple of avocados will give you 3. But I missed that. But it also spelt out to her that she had pretty much magnesium or potassium or both deficiency, because it actually exacerbates those things. So we learned something. And then I went down that rabbit hole and realized that I missed that sort of thing. So I'm prepared to do that, but that's the sort of person I am. I'm a seeker of, of truth or understanding things better. I just realized what a dumb monkey I am, and the rest of us are dumb monkeys. We have just touched you could say, the tip of the iceberg. We understand so fucking little, guys, in all areas. We're still at civilization zero. We're basically, nothing in the scheme of things in terms of knowledge. There are so many things we don't understand about the cosmos, how it works and things like that. We have a lot of speculative ideas and stuff like that, We even observable phenomena, we still don't understand why they work like that, why they interact like that, and why they behave like that. We're so bloody ignorant. We're just some of the less ignorant people. That's basically it, and still learning. And if you don't have a mind of learning, you can play games like JD plays or other people play. You can play games, but that doesn't help anyone. I'm not into that. The only reason I'm on here to basically try and work out how things work. I'm a sufferer myself from bad health. I'd like to help other people avoid that and improve their health outcomes. That's the only reason. I do it for free. I've had people that have offered me plenty of money. Even somebody that I had recently basically got had some money willed to them or whatever. And I said to her, no. And then she said, what about a charity? And I said, oh, yep, the Smith family. They're trying to help young people, try and get them their life, try to get them to motivate them and make them better citizens and stuff like that. So I said, yep, that's a worthwhile cause. So, yeah, she can use my name against that. I don't mind. But I'm not here for that, That's why, I had a couple of people, well, what could I do? I want to do you a favour, Harry. Give me an account number to send you money. I always say no, and I've been quite clear about that. I'm not here for that reason, I'm basically here. I'm not trying to sell you meat. I'm not trying to sell you anything, Maybe because of my heart condition, maybe because of some of the strong Greek Orthodox things that my mother had in her, and when she passed away, and that had an effect on me as well. And I sort of realised I was just another one of those people that were taking too much of this from this life and giving very little back, and realised that I had to step up and be a bit more giving back and not just taking, and realised that I was slightly bankrupt morally myself in a sense. And so I made my own changes, sort of, let's say, my own faith type effects of like coming back from Damascus, or what I mean, that sort of thing. I had my own epiphanies and thinking about life and thinking about the vagaries of life, the shortness, the value, why we're here, stuff like that. What am I giving back? Am I just taking selfishly? So it was a lot of this sort of stuff. I don't like dwelling into this sort of stuff and all that. I'm no saint. I'm basically just a sinner like everyone else. Probably even worse of a sinner than some of you guys. Believe me, I know myself. But one thing that I do know is if I can basically help others, maybe I will. I get a benefit out of it. Actually, I do get a benefit out of it. I know it sounds strange, but I do get a benefit out of it. It makes me happier. It actually makes me happier that I know that I'm giving something back. I don't know, it may sound weird to some people, but it does actually make me happy. I actually understand now that how some people, when they give, they feel happy. It's a strange feeling. Actually taking, taking never makes you happy. You can actually have as many cars, as many this and many that, and travel as much as I've travelled and do this and all that and drink as much and whatever, enjoyed as many women or whatever. But at the end of the day, you realise actually doing something, giving something back, it does give you a bit of joy. Actually seeing people thank you and, you've actually made a difference for their life. You've sort of been a bit of a lifesaver, some of that information. You've worked hard to sort of get together and get the best sort of accurate information that can, based on the level of science that we've got to this point. I can't go beyond the point of that. There is a strange fulfilling, it's of satisfaction and that sort of stuff. It's a weird sort of feeling, but yeah, I'm happy with it. I'm content, in that regard. Anyway, yes. Anyway, let's move on. I'm getting a bit too, emotional. Straighten up. Get yourself together, man. That's Blinky. Where is Blinky? Is he gone? Is he still here, or is he vanished? He's done a runner. Tell me about it, Shell. Tell me about it. Yes. Some of my exes or some other people that knew me in the past. I could be quite a nasty fellow and quite a ruthless fellow. Not my best times, in a sense. Yes. Chasing after the Joneses and trying to get up to the top of the heap of crap. Took me a long while to realise that, mate. Took me a long while. Yes. Much more content and happy with my life now. Got my friends. Actually, my greatest treasure is my friends. Having a lot of my mates that I can, my brother, Sean, Kim, that's my greatest treasures. I mean, you can have you can be on the top of the pile. You take a look at some of those dictators. They get taken down like Gaddafi, ripped to pieces, hated by everyone. Well, I can sit around with my mates, can have a good time. Yes, so definitely, I prefer that sort of existence than some of the others. I used to chase the others, I can tell you, but I realised that there's no happiness there. There's basically, point scoring and stuff like that, but no happiness. It's hollow. And that's the reason why people are chasing all this sort of stuff. And they're hollow, they're unhappy, they hate each other, they hate themselves, they're not content. You see some of these people in these villages, you see some of these people in these the Maasai or people like that, you see these smiles on their faces. The old stuff that Weston A. Price saw, these smiles on their ancestral diet, amongst their, relaxed, chilled out with their mates, sitting back, joking and all that. There's a beauty in that simplicity. So I always say, don't overcomplicate your life. There's no joy in that. And life's too short to have too many enemies, and life's too short, I would say to JD, life's too short to basically try to complicate life or stuff like that. There's more strength in numbers and more strength in maintaining good relationships. You don't have to agree with people on everything. You just have to be respectful and agree to disagree. There's nothing wrong with that. Yes. See you, mate. Anyway, it's going to 5 hours. I better go. It's 11 o'clock here, and I'm going to pull the pin, guys. Yes, I did lose fucking track completely. Anyway, guys, I enjoyed your company. Thank you. I probably went into areas that I wasn't actually intending to. In that regard. Yeah, I know, Loki, 5 hours. It's nearly 5 hours. I've got to, in the next 18 minutes, it'd be 5 bloody hours. Oh, God. No, so it's even, what was the other one? About nearly about 2.5 hours. So all up about 7 hours today. So it's been a good stint in that regard. I've enjoyed it. Even my mate says, you're fucking crazy. I said, oh, look, I enjoy, It's actually, I'll tell you one thing, guys, even for me, it's you guys are therapeutic even for me. It allows me to basically just relax and just, just talk my mind on things and whatever else. So don't get me wrong. I get plenty out of this. I know you guys get, something out of it, but I get plenty out of this as well. Yeah. The carnivore diet, my dear, the carnivore diet. That gives you the stamina. I think it comes a bit natural to me. I used to have a pretty good stamina as a youngster as well. I used to, in sort of the political stuff, student politics and stuff like that. I was a bloody machine. I probably don't have that same stamina. I'm not as young, but I was lethal. Can't remember so many bloody things. I remember with one mate down here in Tasmania when I got back, I was involved sort of organising gigs down here. So I was running one of the festivals. I was involved. I was only about 18 or 19, involved on one of the committees running festivals. I was down actually doing some other stuff with another mate of mine, and I was doing all the advertising for him and stuff like that. And we were bringing over a whole lot of gigs from the mainland, like the Doug Anthony All-Stars and all that. If people remember back in Tasmania in the 80s, we were the guys bringing these gigs down, and we were competing with Talbot, who was the competing sort of group that was bringing rock bands and all this sort of stuff down. We were a smaller entity, but And the reality is, yeah, we had a good time doing that sort of stuff. I used to go and actually use the printing presses up at the University of Tasmania to do a lot of the printing stuff for a lot of the advertising stuff and all that, because we used to get good deals out of there. So, yeah, bloody hell, God, the stuff that I used to get into. Kept me busy, I can tell you, running around like a mad dog. Yeah, if I was in one group or another group or whatever, yeah, always trying to, I think maybe trying to impress my mother too much as well. Yeah, Greek mothers, yes. I think that's another thing. She passed away a couple of years back, and it sort of hit me pretty hard. And at the same time, she also basically gave me, as my brother Sean knows, she gave me a bit of relief, because Mum could be a hard taskmaster to live up to in that regard. Yes. Anyway, guys, I enjoyed it. Thank you. Take care, and I will chat through the week next week with you guys. Through the week, I'm going to try and make the surprises. I'm not going to tell you what. I may even try and make a third one of the start that, the thing that I've been talking about, the sort of the myths and falsehoods of veganism, and try and get some of that as well. I want to do that series. I'm going to sit tomorrow down, because I've got the Tuesday thing with the following day with Mary. So I'm going to sit down tomorrow night, and I'm going to try and actually, after work, and try and actually just work out some of the, she'll love surprises. That doesn't surprise me at all. And I'm going to try and work out exactly how I'm going to do. I don't know whether I'm going to do it exactly the way, I've got it in the myths and falsehoods. And I've thought about a couple of other things to throw in there. I need to make them short. I need to really make these short. They can't be long. They have to be like 5 minutes or 3 minutes or a couple of minutes. They just need to be the right sort of polemic tools where you guys can grab this, post it somewhere else, and say, here's the argument against that nonsense that you guys are saying. That's the sort of thing. I need to work out exactly how I'm going to design it properly in that regard. What I'm going to do also, I'm going to ask Bart to review them before I post them. So I'll keep them private. Then I'll ask him and say, what do you think? How does this sound to you? Get a sort of a second opinion or stuff like that. I'll probably even ask Lukey and, maybe Jared as well, just to try and get a bit of an idea of, because I want to, my general stuff I don't mind, but because that's all, I'm looking at studies and going through, and that's a different kettle of fish. But this is stuff that it's not for me as much as for you guys to use it as polemic against the vegetarded. And so I need your feedback, in a sense, to basically tell me, oh, you could have probably done it this way or that way, so we can get some of the actual, you could say, the tools to fight the misanthropist propaganda. It's not to fight the people, it's to fight that propaganda, that evil propaganda. We need the tools to be able to go to the woke middle class and say, oh, hold on, the vegans are saying this, but, it's not really the case. Look at this. This is an argument, and it actually pulls apart where we've got really good data. See, the woke middle class, they may be woke, but at the same time, if you've put up a credible argument with data that actually nullifies their whole argument, they're probably going to say, well, what's your argument? And if they don't have an argument, because it's just all emotion and garbage and lies and basically coming up with their own, misinformation deliberately. They don't have nothing to support their misinformation. We know that. It's the way they operate. That's why they're much easier to deal with. But they are a problem because they are putting out a lot of, and they're growing in numbers. It's horrifying how many younger and younger people are sort of being the allure towards this vegan diet. It's scary. You're seeing it everywhere. It's sort of very much and pushed by the social media and all these sort of people, the propagandists out there, and it's really what it's exactly that, mate. Yeah, it's exactly that. fighting that everyday propaganda. I just want to give you guys some tools to be able to go back and fight. Whether you basically, put my stuff against somebody, or whatever, or whether you use it, some of the details that I put in there and just basically plagiarize it and use it in one of your comments, I don't really care. As long as we're getting the message out there that basically these people, their arguments are wrong, and these are the reasons why they're wrong. We need to counter their arguments effectively, because what we're doing at the moment is they're hitting us with all these arguments. They're attacking us on this front, on that front, everywhere. And the problem is a lot of our supporters don't have the arguments to fight back, because they don't have the data or the details, and they need that to be able to fight back. So when you guys are out there, you can source me and go that. And that other one that Bart did, where he actually shows how the data says the complete opposite. You can timestamp that by doing a right mouse button, as people that do know or don't know, on Bart's video, and timestamp it at the exact second and say, if you listen to what this person says from this point onwards, it explains why these people are misrepresenting the data that they've collected. And you can expose them for the frauds that they are and the lies that they are. And that's how we need to basically argue against these people. So this vegan doctor says this and uses this study and misrepresents the data, and then we can point this out and post it to this person's site, so his supporters can see how he's lying to them. We may not get them all, because there's a lot of cognitive dissonance in that community, but some of them will go that have not completely brainwashed. They'll go, oh shit, there's something dodgy here. And the ones that are a bit, willing to look a bit further are more likely to basically, this is nonsense, and leave that whole movement. So we may be able to save people much easier in that regard. That's the sort of stuff that, I wish I had more time, because I work, I've got a day job, makes it very difficult, but I want to make little snippets like that you guys can use. But I want to make them good. I don't want to make stuff that's, that's incomplete. It's not, I want to make it like it's really punchy line. It just does what it needs to do for that specific thing, even if I have to create more than, my list, I think, goes up to, what does it go up to? The myths and falsehoods. I can't remember now. It goes up to 12 or something like that, sort of things that it actually goes into. I may have to break them down even further and make them slightly more, but that's okay. As long as we've got those little single type arguments we can put out there is the key thing to be able to argue against these people. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I better fucking go. Okay, I'm out of here, guys. Yes. I've said too much. Anyway, good night, good day, whatever. Enjoy yourselves. Well, I'll see you next week. Take care. Bye.